Hello and welcome back. This is Code with SDM here, and in today's video I'll be sharing with you on how you're going to build your full stack doctor booking appointment system or application, and this is made up out of TALL Stack. If you don't know about TALL Stack contains Tailwind CSS, Alpine.js, Laravel, and Livewire. So on backend or the admin side, we are going to use the Filament PHP, and on the front end, we'll be dealing with TALL Stack as TALL Stack. So I'll be using some of the front end framework, front end components from Preline UI, and from this application, you are going to learn more about TALL Stack, so that you can become a full stack developer using TALL Stack. And it is quite easy because I've considered the first users to be the beginners. So for you guys who are new to TALL Stack, or if you are here to leverage your skills about TALL Stack, this tutorial is meant for you. So without wasting any time, let's go direct to the demo session. So as you can see here, I'm on the admin panel, and on this other side, I'm on patient side, and on this other side, I'm in the doctor side. So the doctor and the admin, both of them use Filament PHP as their panels, but the patient has this front-end page. So the patient will have these options. As you can see, the patient can be able to see the register, login, articles, and landing page. Here he has the beautiful hero section where you can start to book an appointment. This is the text for hero section. We have the featured doctors here. The user can be able to book an appointment with any doctor from there. Here we have the list of specialties that we have. Down here we have the featured articles. So on the featured articles, I will show you how to add these articles, and the user can be able to read and understand everything from those articles. So by starting with the patient, now let's start by login, because I already created the account. So I'll just log in. Alright, so I updated this password. This should be this one. Alright, so now you can see this is how the user will log in, and as you can see here, he has the option to go to my dashboard, but this is the welcome page where the user will be landing. So from here, the user can be able to see the hero section, the featured doctors, see the list of all doctors, and here to see the specialties that our system support. Here we have the articles. So let's start by being able to book an appointment with any doctor. So if the user click here, you will see the list of all doctors from the system. So you can see here, we have these doctors, we have featured doctors, and we have this, which is not featured doctor. But if you go back here, also user can be able to book an appointment from here. So for example, let's say we want to book an appointment with this doctor. So when we click book appointment, you will be directed to this booking page, and here the user can be able to select the appointment type, then the date. So for example, this doctor is available on Monday and Tuesday. So from, let's say we want to book appointment on 19th of May. Here we will see the available time slots. So the doctor is available from this time up to this time. So we can be able to select any time slot from here up to here. So for example, I want to book an appointment on 10, and then it will ask me if I want to book an appointment on Monday, May 19, 2025 at this time. So I'll say yes. And then by doing so, this will create a new appointment, which is this one. As you can see, on 19th of May, you can see the status of the appointment is incomplete, and you can see I've booked an appointment to this doctor, which is called the Aretha Hamilton, with the email. And after that, and also here you can see the date, time, and status, and appointment type. And also the user can be able to reschedule this appointment. And what an amazing thing that is happening, when we were creating this appointment, the email will be sent to this doctor, also will be sent to the admin of the system. Also the patient will receive that email, and also the doctor and admin will get the real-time notification, which is database notification. So I'll log into the system with the admin account. Okay, so this is how the super admin or the admin dashboard looks like. So you can see it has this widgets on the dashboard. We have the number of appointment graph, we have the number of patients graph, we have the number of total users, total doctors, total patients, and total appointments. And here the notification that we receive. Okay, so you can see from here the number of appointments that we get. Okay, and also on doctor's side, okay, let's see, we have booked an appointment to this doctor, so we need to log in with this email. Okay, now you can see this is the doctor's dashboard, and here we have the notifications that we have. Alright, so here you can see we have a new notification. You can see 17 seconds ago, you can see a new appointment with the doctor. This one on Monday of May 19th, we have this one. So we can mark it as read. So this is admin, this is the doctor. So we can check from admin side. You can see from admin side also we have this appointment. You can see here it is 56 seconds. So that's how I was explaining that we have the database real-time notifications. And then now what we will have again, we have email notification. So let me just show you from the email. So this will be the email of the doctor. So from here you can see we have this notification. So appointment confirmation. So this will be the name of the doctor. So the appointment was created with these details. You can see the patient details and doctor's details, and this is the details, and the doctor can be able to view the appointment, but also the admin of the system will receive the email too. So let me just show you from here. Also we have the email notification from here. So you can see this is admin. You can see the admin will receive that notification, and you can see the patient details and doctor's details, but also the patient. So let me just show you from patient side. We will receive another email, which is this one. So you can see the appointment was created with the following details. So you can see the date and time, which are the same as what we expected. Okay, so from now, that's how the notification thing works. So from here, the patient will be created the appointment. So now the patient can be able to edit or reschedule the appointment. So this was the date and time that firstly was scheduled. So if they try to reschedule, let's say from 19 to 20, and then you select this time, and then okay, Now this will update the details. You can see the time has been changed, the date, and also the mails will be sent to alert all the users that the appointment details have been updated. So you can see the appointment updated, and all of these mails are sent through Laravel queue jobs. So I'll be showing you how to do the queue jobs for email sending. So after being able to see those mails from both sides, you can see from here we have the email updated on the patient side. Also on admin side, we also have the appointment updated email or notification. So now, after being able to see those notifications through the email, now the doctor will be able to log into the system. So if we log in as a doctor, from here we can be able to see the appointments that has been created, or the appointment that have been booked to me as a doctor. So let me just show you the list of appointments. So you can see here the list of appointments. You can see the patient name, appointment date, time, status, and the doctor can be able to show the doctor name if he wants, but also can show the created and updated, and also they can be able to edit those appointments, but also they can create appointment if they want. But now let me just show you another thing. So here you are seeing that the patient can be able to book an appointment and can be able to see the availability of that specific doctor. So from here, for example, you see this doctor is available only on Monday and Tuesday. So that is set by the doctor from here. So we have the option doctor schedules. So here you can see the doctor is available only on Tuesday and Monday, from this time to this time, and from this to this. So this is created. So for example, I can add another day so that you can see how this system works. So let's say I can add Friday, and then I'll select the time. Let's say from 7 up to let's say this time. And then create. Okay, you can see so that schedules has been added. You can see Friday. So now if we try to refresh this page and try to see the availability date, you will see Friday will be added. And if we select end of the time, end of the date on Friday, you will see the availability is from 7 up to 16. So you can see that's how easy this functionality works, and the user can be able to book an appointment on that date too. So you can see the appointment has been created and the mails will be sent, the database notification will be published, so you can be able to see the notifications. All right, so the doctor can see that new appointment from the test user. So you can see this is the new created appointment on 13th of May. Okay, so you can see also we have the new notification from here. So you can see also on admin side, the same way we're gonna have the new appointment mail. You can see we have the mail, we have this notification from here. You can see the notification is right here, right? So that's how easy it just works. So now the doctor can also be able to add the articles. So you can see the doctor already have these 3 articles, as you can see, and you can be able to add a new article. Right, so here the doctor can be able to create a new article. So for example, you can see this is the article that we can create, but in order for the article to be shown here, it is supposed to be its status to be published. So you can see here we don't have any featured articles. So now let's create this one, make it featured, and then if we create it without making it published, still here we can't see any published article. So to make it publishable, let's edit and make it published, save. And now if we go back here and refresh, now you can see we have that article shown here. So let's change and add the image. So it is uploading. Okay, so the image is published. Now let's refresh again, and now you can see the article have its image. Now let's make other articles also published. So you can see only the published is this one. So now let's make this also published. Right, and now let's make also this one. Okay, and now you can see the three of them are published. So this one is draft. So from here the articles will be shown by alternating. So we shuffle those featured articles. So meaning that if I refresh, now we'll see we have this article. Let me just add the image on this article. So let me upload an image. All right, now save. Okay, now if I refresh again, you will see these articles will be alternating. So you can see. So that's how easy you can just do that. I will just show you that in a minute. And now, right, so after that, now we can see the those featured articles. So now we can be able to open one of the article. So you can see this is the article that we have opened, and you can see from here you can add the number of likes. So you can see, so the likes you can dislike, you can see the number is incrementing and decrementing as you do. So you can see. Okay, so the comment section, that will be your task. So guys, you can be able to add those functionalities. So now you can see this is the profile of the doctor that she has created that specific article. And here on sidebar you can see my appointments. Also the user can be able to see the dashboard, and on the dashboard you can be able to see the upcoming appointment and complete appointment. So you can see the upcoming are 4 and only the complete appointment is 1, meaning that the time for that appointment is already passed. So I'll show you how to do those functionality. And here from my appointment, the user can also be able to cancel an appointment. So for example, we can cancel this appointment. You can see it has been gone and the appointment cancelled successfully, and that will publish another mails to the users. You can see we have the cancelled notification. All right, and that will be published to all of the users. You can see from here we have different mails. You can see we have the cancelled one to the admin and also to the patient. So that's how this system works in real time, and I'll show you every of this step by step so that you guys can be able to understand what I'm doing. And from that perspective, now the doctor can be able to mark the appointment as done. Right, so now the doctor can be able to edit that appointment. So from here they can be able to select the user if they want to edit the user, the date, time, and status. So for example, they can update this one, let's say to complete, and then that appointment will be updated, and then you can see here the status has been updated. And from here also the patient can see that appointment. So from here you can see this is the appointment that the doctor has updated it to complete. So you can see it is now complete, and the user cannot be able to reschedule or cancel. So this button will be disabled automatically. Yeah, so as you can see, this status is complete, and here if you click this, you will not be redirected to anywhere, or if you click the cancel, it will not do anything. So if you click on this one, which is incomplete, you can see you can be able to perform other functionalities. So that's all for the patient side, and as you can see, even on latest appointment or recent appointment, you can also be able to see it, but you can't perform any functionality for the complete appointment. So the user have the other options like changing theme, changing their password, updating their account details. So that's coming with the Livewire starter kit, so they can be able to update their profile, they can be able to update their passwords, and also be able to update the system theme. So that's the functionality that have been covered on patient side. As you can see, the patient can be able to see different dark and light mode. So now let's go back to the doctor, and from here on the doctor, as I've explained, the doctor can be able to add the articles, they can be able to edit the articles, so they can edit the details of that specific article. So for example, they can add a block of code, so we can say, let's say PHP, so echo hello world. So that's a code, and if they save, so this article is called this one. So if the user will be able to go back here, and this is the code, and you can see here we have the code that we added. You can see the image, you can see the content, so you can like it, you can dislike. So you can see all of these are done at real time. So here the profile of the doctor that has created that article, and here you can see, you can be able to see the number of articles that this doctor has created. So for now you can see he has 4 articles. So that's how easy this works. And on admin side, as I was explaining, also the admin can be able to see the appointment, but the difference is the admin will see all the appointments that have been created. You can see this is the appointment for this doctor, and this is different doctor. So that's all about the doctors. So the admin also can see the articles that have been created. You can see the number of views, likes, and everything. And also the doctor, the admin can see the list of doctors. You can see, you can be able to change their status if they are featured or not featured. Also the doctor schedules, right? And also the patients, and also the specialty. The doctor can be, the admin can be able to add new specialty, and that will work just as explained. So you can see that is the new specialty, and the patient can be able to see that specialty if they visit this page. So you can see from here we have that specialty added. So the super admin can also manage the users. So you can see here, so they can be able to update, let's say, the role of the user. Okay, they can be able to update everything concerning that specific user. So that's all. I've explained it in brief so that you guys, we can do a lot in our coding session. So see you on the coding session. And for those who are new to the channel, consider to subscribe, like, and share the videos so that it can reach more people. Right, so let's start by creating our project. So first of all, I'm in Laravel hard. Then I'm going to open sites. Then from here, we are going to create our project. So let me click add, and then I'll say new Laravel project. Then I'm going to use Livewire. So that will be the starter kit for our users so that they can be able to be authenticated. So let me say next. And the project name will be Filament Appointment booking. And then here on Vault, I'll say no. Authentication, I'll leave the built-in authentication. I will not work with the OS, so I'll just leave it like that way. For testing framework, it will remain that way, and then I'll say next. And then we are going to wait for that to be done, and then we are going to continue with our project. Okay, now this is done, so let's go and open it in our text editor. So I'm going to use Cursor AI text editor. So let me just open this one. Okay, so after that, let's open a project. And let me open it from hard, and then I'll find my project here, which is this one, and then select folder. So this will open up in our text editor like this way. Okay, so now let's try to open it in our browser and see how it looks like. So let's open this one. Right, so this is our new project that we've created. You can see the route here, or the URL, which is filament.appointment booking.test. Okay, so now, for example, we have the authentication of application using Livewire starter kit. So you can be able to go to register or login. So for example, for the register page, I want to update it to use card, the layout to be card. So to do that, let's change the layout. So this is our current layout of our application authentication pages. So with the new Livewire starter kit, you can be able to change that by going here in views, then Livewire authentication. You can go to components, then layout, then auth. Then here you can see you have card, you have simple, and split. So you can choose between those three. So for now, in authentication, I'm going to change this one from simple, card. Okay, and now if we go back in our page and refresh, and now you can see the authentication page looks a little bit nice, and it uses the card. You can see this is the card outside of that page. Okay, so now let's start by creating a user. So for example, I'm going to create a test user, which will be test user and test user at gmail.com, and then password. Okay, now let's register that. Now you can see the user has been registered successful, and this is dashboard. As you can see, this is the dashboard of our user, and you can be able to go to settings so that the user can be able to update their profile details. So here you can see they can update their name, email, and they can be able to delete their account. They can change their password from here, and also the appearance or theme, you can just change it from this page. So here you can see now it depends on the system, but you can switch it to the right. So you can see you can navigate back to the dashboard, and this is how it looks like. So from now onward, I'll just stick with the dark mode. So let me just go back to dark mode, and then the next step, because we are going to use Filament in our application, so the next step is to install Filament in our application. So let's go here on the Filament documentation, and here let's start by installing the Filament by using this command. So let's run both of the commands. So let me just copy it, and then let's go to the application here, and let's open the terminal, and then let's paste the commands, and then enter. So this will require all the Filament PHP version 3 files from the repository, and then it will be installed in our local application. So let's wait for that, and we'll continue when it will be done. And then you can see now it will ask you if you what ID it will be for your panel. So I'll just leave it with the admin, and then to start the repo, I've already done that, so I'll not say yes, I'll just say no. Then from now we have Filament PHP in our application, and also we have Livewire starter kit as the authentication way. So now what you will see from here, so from here, for example, let me just copy this URL and open it in another browser. So for example, let me open it like this way. Okay, so now let me try to register a new user as super admin. So let me just create the super admin, and then it will be super admin at example.com, and then the password, I'll just use my password. Okay, and now you can see this has opened on the same dashboard, but for example, I can be able to change here on the URL and go to admin, and this we expect it to open up the Filament dashboard. So let's wait for that. Okay, so now you can see here this is our dashboard, as you can see, which is Filament PHP dashboard, and as you can see the logged in user is super admin, and you can also be able to sign out, change the theme like this way, and you can see. So from this perspective, even this user, which is our test user, can be able to access the admin dashboard, as you can see. So now what we need to do, I'll just change this in a minute. So I'll just show you how to change and allow only the required or the intended users to be able to access the admin panel. So for now, let's just focus on creating the models and everything, and then later on I'll show you how to restrict the access to the dashboard. So now let's go to the terminal and start to create our models. So first of all, I'm going to create first model, which will be PHP artisan. then make model. Then our model will be, the first will be specialty, and then I'm going to create the migration for it, and then I'm going to create the factory, and then I'll say enter. So this will create the migration and the factory file for our model. So let's create another model, which will be doctor model. And then we are going to create the doctor schedule model. And then we are going to create the appointment model. Okay, and then the last one, I'm going to create the prescription. So this is an additional feature that I'm going to add in the application. So we are going to see how the doctors can write the prescription for our user, and then the users can be able to see the prescriptions from their end or from their point of view. So let's now clear the terminal, and then now let's start by editing the models, the migrations. So let's go to the migrations, and then from the user, let's start by adding the role. So let's start by adding the role field. So let's say table, then it will be enum. Then I'm going to call it role. Then the first role will be admin. The second one will be doctor. And the third one will be just user, or we can just specify it to be patient. Okay. And then by default, it should be patient. Okay. And now let's go and start to edit other models. So let's start by the specialty. So here we are going to have the specialty name and the description, which can be nullable. And also let's have the status for that specialty. So let's keep it as boolean. So here it will be status, which can be active or inactive, and then the default one will be let's keep it active. So when you create the specialty, it can be active. So here it should be table. Okay, so that's how the specialties it will be. Oh, there's typo here. This is not specialities, it should be specialities. Okay, so now I think we can try to change that one, but for now let me just keep it as it was. Okay, so now let's go to doctor's model, and here let's add the doctor's name, but actually the doctor will be the user. So here we just need to add the foreign key. So it will be table, then foreign ID, which will be user ID, and it will be constrained to users table. So you can just specify here users, Okay, and on cascade, we just want to delete that user or doctor. So now let's add another field, which will be specialty. So it will be specialty ID, which will be coming from the other table. So let's copy it from here. Okay, so this type you can just change it to be specialties, so that it will be easier for you. So I'll just leave it that way, but you will have to change that one. And then I'll just add another field, which will be so another one, I'm going to add the text, and this should have the bio of our doctor. And then we are going to have another one, which will be just integer, which will be experience, and the last one, it will be a boolean field, which will be is featured. Okay, and then after that you can add more details for the doctor, but I believe for that now it is enough. And now from doctor schedules, let's add the fields. So I'll just paste some of the fields. So I'll paste these fields. So for example, here I have the integer, which will be the available day, which will be from 0 up to 6, which 0 will stand for Sunday, 1 for Monday, and as you go up to 6 for Friday. Okay, and then also I need to have the foreign key here. So let me just add the foreign key for the doctor. So I'll just say foreign ID, which will be doctor ID, and then this should be constrained to doctors table. Okay, and after that this will be done. Now next step, let's go to the appointment table, and now let me paste some fields. So we have the appointment date and the appointment time, and also let's add the foreign keys here. So for example, the first one will be the foreign key for doctor, so it will be doctor ID, and it should be constrained to doctors, and remember to cascade on delete. And also let's have the patient ID, which will be from users table. Okay, and then let's have the enum field right here to check if the appointment will be done or not. So let's give the enum, it will be status, and then it will be complete and incomplete. Okay, and then the default one, it should be incomplete. Okay, and then now let's add the prescription table. So let me paste these fields here, and here you can see I have the patient and I have the doctor ID, so this should be from doctors table. Okay, we have the medication name, dosage, frequency, instructions, start date and end date. But I've just added this field because we don't have the table for the medications or medicines, so that's why I've just keep it in a string field. But when you want to extend that more, you can create the table for the medicines, and then you can just add here the foreign ID field or the foreign key for that. So now I believe this will be as what we want. So now let me just go back here in my terminal and run the migrations. So let's say PHP @ migrate. I just want to say migrate fresh because we changed the field, we added the role, but this one will just delete our already created user. So to avoid that, we can just create another migration. So we can just say PHP @ make migration, and then I'll say add role column to users table, and then I can cut this one, and then let's go to that new migration, which is this one, and then let's add that field, and here let's delete drop the column if exists. So now from the user we don't need to run migrate fresh, so let's just run the new migrations, and then it will just add that field in our table. So let's say PHP @ migrate. Okay, so now you can see all the migrations have been created successfully. So now let's go to the model and start to add the relationships between these tables. Okay, let's go back here, close all of these files. Okay, so now let's start with the users model. So from here, let's start by creating the public function, then let's say appointment, and then this will be belongs to appointment model. And then let's say for the doctor, you can have the patients that the doctor have. So this we will add it in a doctor model. But another relationship that the user have here, also remember to add the role, because we have just added the role. Okay, and we need to add for the user. I believe that is enough for the user, so that we can be able to get their appointments as patients. And then now let's go to the doctor model. Okay, so in doctor model, you can add these fillables, but for me, because I don't want to use the fillables, let me just let me just disable the mass assignment for models. So let me just go to the provider, and let me go to app service provider. Here in boot method, I just want to say model, and then I'm going to say unguard. Okay, so this will not force my models to have the fillable in their models. So now let's add the public function appointments, okay, and then we need to have the patients. So this should be user. Okay, but this will return the users that are not patients. So to do so, I just want to modify something here. So I'll just create the patient table. So let me just create the model for patients. So let me just create here patient. Okay, and then let's go back here to the patient, which is our model. Let's go to the migration, and then here let's add the foreign key. So let's say foreign ID, and then this should be user ID, which will be constrained to users table. Okay, yeah, so that is enough. And then in order for this to work out, we need to move this up here so that when we will be adding the patient from here, so this should be coming from the patient table. So in order for that to work out, for that relationship to work out, this table should be created before other tables, that child table for the patient. So to do so, let's start by moving this table up here before the appointment table. So to do so, let's just rename it. So I'll just rename it. So from here, you can see the appointment is 171-1301. So I'll just rename it to be 17-1300. So let me just change it, 171, and then 300. And then now you can see it becomes created before the appointment. And then here we need to change this one to be constrained to patients. Okay, and the prescription also we need to make sure it reference from that table. So patients, the role, we don't have to change anything. So now let's just say PHP at some migrate fresh in order to update those tables. Okay, so now we are done, and then now we can be able to add the relationship for patients. So now we can just say patients, and then this should be coming from the patient table, and this should be has many. So it will be like that way. And actually for the patient appointments, it should be has many, because one doctor can have many appointments. So that will be done for now. And also we can just say public function, because this is also the user. So we are going to say user, and then we are going to say this belongs to users table. So now let's go to the schedule, doctor schedule, and then from here we need to have the public function doctor, and then we are going to say this belongs to doctor. Okay, and for the patient, let's add the relationship to users table. So let's say public function user. So this will be belonging to users model, and then let's say appointments. So one patient can have multiple appointments. And then let's go to the prescription. So here we have the doctor and also the patient. So let's add the function doctor. So then let's add the patient. Okay, and then for specialty, we don't have any relationship. So for the user, we can just even remove this one because we don't need the appointments again because we have the patient model now. So now let's just remove that one and also that one. Okay. Okay, so after that, let's start by creating the filament resources for managing our application for the admin side. So let's start by creating the resources for our models that we have. So let's start by creating the resource for managing our user. So let's start by saying PHP at sun make filament resource, and then we are going to create the user. So we are going to pass the user model there, and then I'm going to give it the flag for generate so that it can generate the fields, the forms and the table according to the fields that we have in our models. And then we are going to say add the view so that we can have the view page of our model. Okay, and then after that, let's go to the application. So now if we refresh, it will just give us it will just log out us because the user has been deleted in our database. So we need to create the user again. So you can see this is how it will do. So now let's go back to the login or to the register of Livewire starter kit. So you can register from there, or you can just use filament command. So you can just say PHP at sun make filament user, and then you are going to give the name of your user. So we are let's say I'm going to say super admin, then super admin at example.com, then password, and then we can try to log in with that user. So let me just go to admin, and then let's log in with that super admin. Okay, so now you can see the super admin. Let me just change the theme to dark mode, and now you can see here we have the users resource. So let's open that one. So now you can see from the users, you have the users in a table, and you can see the name, email verified that, and the role has been added automatically by Filament. So that's how Filament PHP is so powerful. So you can go to the role, to the edit, and we want to change the role. So here you can see this field is just a text field, but if you remember the table that we created for the users, we just added that column as a enum field. So what we need to do is just to go and update this one to be a drop down so that the user can be able to change the role. So now let's go to the user resource. So let's go here. You can see we have the filament directory, then the resources, and then you have the user resource. So this is our resource. So here you can see in your form, which is a public function, public static function form, you can see here we have the field which is text input, and then it is a role. So we need to change this one to be select, and then the options, it will not come from the role table because we don't have any table related to role. So now let's just give it an array, and then we are going to say we have the admin, which will be admin, and we have the patient, and you have the doctor, which will be doctor. Okay, so now if we go back here and refresh, now you can see we have this drop down. So this is an admin, so let's update that one because here the password is required. So for now I'll just comment this field because I don't want to change the password from there. So let me just remove it and refresh, and then let's update that to admin and then save. Okay, so now you will see it has been saved. So now if you go back here, you can see the role is admin. So we can just give it some styling in our table so that the role can be seen in a good way. So for example, here we can just say, we can just give it a badge. So we are going to make it to be badge, and then I'm going to give it colors, and then here I'm going to say, let's say success to admin, and it will be, let's say, warning So here for the doctor, I'm going to say it will be, let's say, primary, and then for the patient, I'm going to give it danger. Okay, and now let's go back here in our page and refresh. Okay, so now you can see for the admin, you can see this is success. So you can see it looks a little bit nice. So now we need to have a doctor and user. So let me just log out here, and let me just go back here and refresh. Let me go to the register, and then let's have the test user. Okay, so now if we go back to the admin, now we have the patient, which we have created now, and then let's go back and do another one thing. Okay, so another thing that I want to do is in this application we are going to have two different panels. So for now, as we know, Filament allows us to have more than one panel in the same application. So you could have the roles and permissions to do this, but for simplicity, I will just create another panel that will be only accessible by the doctor. So this will be for the admin, as you can see, but I want to create another one that will be only accessible by the doctors, and this will be only accessible for the admin, and then the users will only use the Livewire starter kit authentication page right here, which is this dashboard. So we are going to update this one to be usable for our users. So now to do so, let me just go back to the terminal. And from here, in order to create a new panel, you can just see that here in a filament documentation. So if you come to the configuration, here you can see you have this command to create a new panel if you want. So you need to say make filament panel, then you give the name of your panel. So let me just clear my terminal, and then I'll just say PHP @ make filament, then panel. Then I will give the name of the panel to be, which will be an ID, to be doctor. And then let me clear my terminal again. And now if you go back to the application right here, you go to providers, and Filament, you can see now we have two files. The first one will be admin panel provider, and the second one will be doctor panel provider. So now, for example, I want to create a new user. So let me just go back to the admin and create a new user. Okay, so let me just add it through the another browser. So let me just open it in another browser. So I just want to open this one in incognito. So let me just open it in incognito. Let me just open it in another profile. So let me open it like this way, and then register. And then I'm going to create another doctor. So I'll just say testing doctor, and then let me just use this form filler and then create, and then I'll save that one. And this is a doctor. So let me just go back here and go to users, and now you can see we have this one. So I just want to change this role to be doctor and then save. Okay, so this is our doctor now. If you go back here, you can see we have the doctor. So now I just want to, the doctor to be able to access the doctor panel. So let me just say doctor, and then you can see here we have the doctor, and here you can see we don't have the users list, or we don't have the access to the users list. But here, if we visit to the users, you can see that is not found. So you can see here the list is just it's just the admin/users, but here we don't have the, you can just say doctor/users, but that will not be found because that is only accessible by the admin dashboard. And then from now, let's go back here. So for the doctor, let's start by creating another resource for our model. So let's start by creating the resource for, let's start by creating the one for the admin. Let's start by the admin first. So let's add another resources. So let's start by creating the resource. So let me just run this one, then I'll change just the name of the model. So I'll just say the next one, which will be doctor. So this one will be for managing the doctors. So this will be for admin. Remember to choose the panel because only the admin can be able to manage the doctors. So we need to choose the admin ID. So let's say admin, and then the next one will be doctor schedule. So doctor schedule. So this will be in both two panels. So I just start by admin, and then I'll come to the doctor. So just create for the doctor, and then like clear the terminal, and then let's create another one for patient. So this one will be for the admin, and also let's have the one for specialty. So remember we have a typo here, so this type it as it looks like. So it is a specialty. So let's add for the admin, and also let's have another one for prescription. So this one will be in both panels. So prescription again, and this one will be doctor. And now let me go back to the doctor side and try to refresh. And now you can see the doctor have the doctor schedules and prescription. Now let's do it for appointment. And then this one should be in both again. So let's add the admin and for the doctor. And now if we go back here and refresh, now we have the appointments, doctor schedules, and prescriptions. So for example, if we visit the doctor schedules, now you can see we don't have any doctor schedules. When you go to new, you can have the doctor ID here, the available day, the from and to, which we need to have this to be the dates. So let's see from here. Those should be date picker. So from doctor, let's say doctor schedules. So this should be date pickers. So because the fields for that, I remember we made it to be, for example, if we go to doctor schedule, so this are the time. So let's go back to the doctor schedule here, and then this should be time picker. Also this one should be time picker. So now if you go back to the doctor, now it will be able to select the time as expected. So that should be also updated to the doctor resource. So for example, we go back to the doctor resource from doctor schedule, and then change this one to be time picker, same way to this one, and then that will be done. So now if we go back to the admin, let's go to the admin and refresh, and now you can see the admin has a lot because he has to manage more. So for example, for the doctor schedules on admin side, you can see also we can be able to select the time, but here the doctor need to be able to select the doctor ID, but in the doctor's side here, which is our doctor, we cannot be able to select the doctor side. So this should be added automatically when we save this data to the database. So to do so, let's start by updating that one for the admin side, which is this. So the admin can be able to select the doctor. So let's go to the admin side, which will be here on the resources. But let me collapse this one. So let me collapse that one so that I can work with the only this one for the admin. So let me close that one. So this one is for the admin. Now remember we have the relationship between the doctor schedule to the doctor. I remember we added that one. So we have this relationship. So we can just use that relationship here. So here, let me just change this one to be first to be select field. So after that, you need to have the relationship. Just squeeze it to be there, and then relationship. Then here you need to give the name of your relationship, which is doctor, and then you have to pass the title attribute of your relationship that you want to get it from. So here, from the doctor model, okay, so here as you can see, we are supposed to access the details of our doctor from the doctor relationship as I have shown you from the doctor schedule model. you have the doctor relationship, which references to the doctor model. But in our doctor migration, if you can check from here, let me just show you. If you can see here, this is doctor schedule. Here we don't have the name of our doctor, so here we are expecting the user to be able to select the doctors by using their names. So in doctor relationship, we cannot get the name of our doctor. So to achieve that, we are supposed to, here we can just show any field. So I can show you, for example, here we can show the doctor, then ID, which is available here. Let's say here you can show any of this field. And now if you go to the browser and go to new doctor, okay, now you can see it will give you an error. We can try another field which does not have anything. Let's say bio, and let's try again. Okay, now you can see, but here when you try to select, you will not see any data because we don't have any doctor. So for example, let's try to create a doctor. So let's say ID of 3, because we know this user the doctor, and the last one user that we created. So let's give that the ID of 3. Specialty, we don't have any specialty. So all of this that we see, I'll show you how to create this data directly from here. So if you don't have any data, you can just create it from there. So for now, let's create the specialty. Let's say, let's create one of the specialty. Let's say gynecology, and then this will be description. The status will be active. So let's save that. Okay, and now if we go back here, let's try to create a doctor. Let's give it an ID of 3. Let me just use the form filler, and then ID, I'll give it a 3, specialty 1, and then experience, I'll say 5, and then let's try to create. So now we have the doctor. So let's go to doctor schedules and create a new. Here you can see we have this one, which is the bio of our doctor, but here we want to show the name of the doctor. So to show the name of the doctor here, as you can see, we don't have the direct access to users model. So if we don't have the direct access to users model, we are given the ability to use this new technique, which is you can use okay, which is called the get optional label from record using. So this is the function actually. So this function, you can use it to get the detail that you want from the other relationship. So it's like you are creating or you are getting label from another source of record. So here, what we are going to do, we are going to have a function. Then in that function, we are going to pass the record, and then we are going to get record. Then from that record, we are going to call the user model, which is a relationship, and then we are going to get the name. So this means you need to have this relationship in a doctor's model, because now you have the relationship to doctor. So from doctor, we need to get the user. So that relationship comes from the doctor. So you need to make sure that in your doctor model, you have the user relationship. So you need to make sure that. So let's go to the model, to the doctor, and make sure you have this relationship there. So that is when this approach will work for you. So make sure you have that. And now let's go back here and try to refresh. And now you can see we have the name of the doctor, which is Arthur Hamilton. And when you come back here, you will see that is the same exact name. So now we have that name here, but we want to be able to create doctor even if we don't need to go here and then create the doctor. So we can just be able to create the doctor from right here. Okay, so to do so, we need to add another functionality here, because for now we can add the searchable functionality and the preload, so that the users or the doctors can be preloaded, and then we can be able to search them if you have multiple doctors, so that you can be able to search for those doctors. And also you can see the list is preloaded. So why I'm using the preloaded, I can show you this. If I remove that one and refresh, now you can see you don't see the list of doctors until when you started to search. That is when you are going to see the name of the doctor. So that's how easy it just helps you. So let's give it the preload, and now you can see, now you can be able to search and the name will be populated automatically. Okay, so now we have that ability. But now in available day, if you remember, I said this should be the field that our users can be able to select days. So to do so, we need to have something like this. So here we are going to make this to be select, and then we need to have options. So we are going to have the options from Monday up to Sunday. So now you can see Monday is 1 up to 7, which is Sunday. So meaning that when the value will be 1, meaning it's the value that has been selected is Monday. So now if you go back to the form and refresh again, we just need to remove this one. It should not be that way, but we need to make sure that it is required. And now let's refresh again. Okay, now we can be able to select the days. So we have Monday up to Sunday. So the user can be able to select that. So for example, we can select the doctor, and we want to make the schedule for Monday, and then the time the doctor will be available, let's say from 8. So let's give it 8 here. And then up to, let's say, to 17. Okay. So you can just choose any time that you want. So let's try to create, and now you can see the schedule has been created successful. Here on the table, we need also to make sure that the data will be shown as we expect. So in our table, if you scroll down, you will see this table, and from here on the available day, we need to make sure that when the user will have a certain number, it should show the corresponding day. Okay, so to make sure that the available day field will show the days as we expect, because now if you see, you will see we have the available day, then you see the number, and even on the doctor ID you see only the doctor ID. But in order for us to be able to fix this, let's start by the doctor ID. So let me just fix the doctor ID first. So I'll just remove that numeric, and here I'll just say from the doctor we have the relationship to user, so that will help us to get the name of our doctor. So now if we go back and refresh, now you can see the name of the doctor is shown, Now for the day, you need to use this function which is called the format state using, and then from that we are going to have the callback function which will pass the state as its parameter, and then we are going to have we are going to return an array. So here I will just return array of those days like this way, and then here I'm going to match them with the state, and then I'm going to say if the states will not match with any of those days, so we are going just to say or to just to return something like that. So that will show that in null cases we are going to return something like that. Okay. Oh, this should be function. Okay, so now this is fine. I guess now we can try to refresh again, and now you can see we have Monday, we have from and to, and then you can be able to edit. So from here you can see we have you can change it to Tuesday, let's say, and then save again, and now go back to schedules. Now you can see we have Tuesday here. So that's how easy you can just manage this doctor schedules. And now if we go to the doctor and visit the doctor schedule, you can see we have the same data, but we cannot be able to see the updated fields here. Even if the doctor goes to schedule, still cannot be able to see the updated changes. So to do so, we need to copy the changes that we've done from the resource that is found from the admin panel to the doctor panel. So let's do that. Let's copy this from admin panel. So let's copy that one, and let's go to the doctor, then doctor schedule resource, then on the table we need to paste the changes, and then now if you refresh again from the doctor side, from the list, now you can see it works just fine. And then let's update the form. So let's copy from here. Okay, and then we are going to update here. Okay, so now from the doctor side, now you can see the doctor can also see the list of doctors, but this is the doctor, so meaning that the doctor should only see the name of the current logged in doctor, which will be the doctor name here, and it should be auto selected, and the doctor should not be able to change the doctors because it should only control their schedules. So to do so, when the doctor will log in, we need to make sure that here we can just remove this one, this field, and the doctor can only be added by we are going to use another method that I'm going to show you. So on doctor side, we are going to remove this field. So let's remove that field. So let's just remove that one, and then if you refresh again, now the doctor can only be able to select the day and also the time. So let's just select any time. So let me just select, let's say that time, and then let's select the next, and then when you create, it will give you an error because that field is required. So we need to have the doctor ID. So to do so, when you go to Filament documentation, here you are given a function that helps you to handle create record creation. So I'll just show you how to use this function. So for example, I'll just copy this function, and then on doctor schedule creation on our doctor, when you see this will be inside the doctor panel, and then when you go to this doctor schedule directory, which is this one, Inside it, you will see you have the files for create, edit, list, and view. So when we go to the create here, we can be able to use the function that we have copied from there. So let me just show you how to do it. So import the model. Okay, so now in here you can be able to use the doctor or to assign the doctor data. So from here, for example, we can say the doctor ID, so it will be the ID of the logged in user. So to do so, here I can just only use the helper function. So I just want to use the helper function, which is this one, and then user. Okay, and then from user we get the doctor, then from doctor we get the ID. So meaning that the doctor ID will be auto-populated and be included in creating the schedule. So now if we go back here from the doctor side and try to submit again our data, okay, so they are attempted to read the property ID on null. Okay, now let's go back here. Now let's go back to this one. Oh, now I remember why this does not work, because in our user model we don't have the doctor relationship. So let's go and add that relationship in our user. So for example, here we may have the public function doctor, and here you can see one user can only be one doctor. So now if we go back here and here on the create, here you can see we have something like this. So let's try it again. Let's go back and try again. Okay, now you can see it has just worked, and when you go back to the view, you can see this is another created schedule. But what we need to do here, instead of showing the name of the user, because the doctor already know that these are his created schedules, so we don't need to show this field. So this will only be shown on the admin side. So here from the admin we need to show this one, and this should be not a username, we should say doctor name. So on admin side, so which will be this one, let me just find the admin one. So this one is for the admin. So here it should be, we should change the label, or let's say this should be doctor, and now if we go back and refresh, so this should be doctor. And then from the doctor side, which is this one, we need to remove this field. So let's go to that resource, which is this one, and then from the table we need to remove this one. Okay, so that's how we are going to show the schedules. So you can see we have the schedule for Tuesday and Monday and their times, and then the doctor can create as many schedules as they want. But what we need to do next, if we have more than one doctor in our database, the doctor can be able to see all the other doctors' schedules. So to avoid that, we need to find a way to isolate this. So we need to update the way the query that queries this data to only query the data according to the doctor ID of the user that has been logged in. So to do so, let's go to the code, and then on the table function, make sure you are in doctor resource, because we want to update only it from the doctor's side. So on the doctor's side, on the doctor resource, then on the table function, here we need to have this function called the modify query using. Then we are going to have the query, and then from that query here we don't have this one, so let me just remove that one. Here we are going to say where the doctor ID should be the doctor ID from the logged in doctor. So that's how we are going to use that function. So that function will help us to isolate the schedules. So the schedules can only be the schedules for the logged in doctor. So now if we go back here and refresh, now you can see it will still works as expected. But if in our doctor's side, I mean on the admin, we add another doctor. So for example, let's create another user first. So let's create another user. What we need to do in order for this admin to create another doctor, let's start by, let me just modify this form so that the form from the doctors here, so that when you create here, you can just be able to create the user from here. So let's update this doctor's resource. So let's go to the doctor resource. So close that one. So from here, from doctor resource, here on the user ID, we need to make sure that this is the select field, and then we need to make sure we have the relationship with the user, and then we have the searchable and also the preload. So now if we refresh again, okay, we need to remove the numeric and refresh again. So now you can see we have the list of users. But if the user is not there, so we need to have a quick way to create that user from here. So we are going to have the create option form. So let's have that form, and then we are going to create the user. So we are going to have the name, email, password, and I believe that is what we want. Okay, and now let's try again and refresh. Okay, so let's see. Let's remove that and refresh again. Okay, so I've just removed the this function here because we don't need that one, and now we have this pop-up model which allows us to create a new user. So for example, we can just create a new user, for example, that way. So let's say password, and then we create. Okay, so that user has been created successful, as you can see. So we have that user, and then after that, the specialty, let's say, let's update this one to have the specialty select. So let's add that one. So this one, we need to make sure it is a select field. So let's say select, and then from here we need to make sure that it calls the right relationship. We need to make sure it is searchable, and it preload the specialties data. So if we go back to the doctor model, so let's go to doctor model. Here we don't have the relationship with the specialty, so let's create the specialty functionality. And as we know, this has a typo, so let's call the right one. We have this one, this is our model. So after doing that, if you go back here and refresh again, now we can be able to select our new created doctor, which is this one. And this field, we need to make sure that it calls only the other users except the admin and the patient. So we need to avoid calling the other type of users, because here we are just creating the doctors. So we need to filter this according to the role. So if you remember, in our users model, we added this column which is called the role. So we need to make sure that when you are creating a doctor, we filter the list of this field. So let's start by filtering this field first. Okay, so here to modify this query that is running to fetch the list of our users, here in relationship function, if you can see, it has this closure which is called the modify query using. So here we can just have a closure function. So we can just say function, then query, and then from here we can just say we can query only the role when the role is equal or is corresponding to doctor. So we need to only query the doctors from that field. So now let's go back here on the admin and let's try to refresh again. And now let's see. Now you can see the list has been filtered, and we can only see the doctors. So for example, if you go back to users, you can see this new created user is not doctor, is patient. So we can just change that role to doctor, update. And now if we go back to the doctors and try to create a new doctor, here you can see the new created user has been added as a doctor. So now we can also be able to select the doctor, and here we can see the list of specialties. So here you can just fill the data that you fill. So let me just fill the datas, and then experience, you can just say 3, and is featured, I will just leave it that way. And then now we have 2 doctors. So now you can see we have this doctor and this one. So the doctor which has been logged in here, if you refresh, you can only see the schedules for that specific doctor. So you can just try and create the schedules for that new doctor from the admin side. So you can see here, this is the admin. Okay, now let me try to create a new doctor schedule. So let me select this one, and the availability day, I'm going to select that one. Then let me select that time, and then let me select another time here, and then create. Okay, now go back here. So you can see we have this one for Aidan Barnes and Alex Hamilton. But if you go back here to the doctor side and refresh, you can still see only the 2 schedules. So meaning that now we've been able to do so by using the modify function. So if you go back to the doctor schedule here on the table, we have used this modify query using which is our function that we have used to only filter the list of schedules according to the doctor ID of the doctor that has been logged in. So that's how easy you can just do that one. So now the next step, after being able to isolate this list of schedules, now let's go back to the admin side. And if you go back to the doctors, here on the table you can see still this shows only the numbers. We need to change this one to show the username, and here the name of the specialty. So let's go to the table of the doctor. So let's go to the doctor resource. Okay, from the doctor resource, which is this one, on the table, here you need to show the name of the user. So just use the relationship, which is that one, and then the label should be the doctor's name. Okay, and we need to make sure that we can also be able to search for that name. Okay, and now let me remove the numeric, and also for the specialty, let's say specialty name, and that we can be able to search for that specialty. So just remember to add the specialty. I've just added the label and the doctor name label. So now let's go back here and refresh again. Now you can see we have the doctor's name, we have specialty, experience, and is featured. So is featured, this one is a boolean field, so that's why you can see now it has not been checked. If we check and save again and you go back here, you can see this is what shows like this doctor is featured. So you can just update this label to any label that you want. So for example, you can just change here the label. So you can just say featured, and then if you refresh again, now you can see the label looks a little bit professional. So now you can also add this field if you want to see when you created that doctor. So you can just add those field when the doctor was updated. Now you can see all of those field in a simple way. Okay, so now after being able to add the doctor, so here on the doctor you can add the doctor or the user directory from here, and the specialty you can just select the specialty, add the bio, experience, and everything. So now in a patient, now the user, in order for our user to be patient, we need to be able to select the ID of that user specifically from here. So to do so, let's go to the patient resource. So now let me close that one and also this one, and then from resources, which is admin resources, so on the patient resource here, we need to make sure that we can be able to select the user, but we only need to select the users that have the role of patient. So to do so, we can just copy what we have done from here. So we need to have something like this. So let me just copy that one. Let me just copy the whole field. So let me just copy from here, and then we are going to replace that one with the new field. And now if we go back and refresh, now we can have the list of users, but we need to change the role, because now we only fetch the patient and not the doctors, because this is the patient resource. So now if we refresh again, and now you can see we have only the test user, and you can also be able to create a new user from here. So let's say, for example, create that user, and then password and create, and now you can see we have that user created. So now from the list we have only two users, because when you create the user, by default it will be the patient. So now let's create, and now you can see we have only that one patient, and from here you will see the user ID. So now let's update that one to show the user's name. So here we're going to say user name, then we are going to say patient name, and this should not be selectable. Then we need to be able to search for those users. So now you can see you can search for anything, and when it will not be found, it will just show you that that filter is not found. Okay, so this is the list of patients. You can also be able to update and do everything that you want. You can view and do anything that you want. So now let's go back to the doctors. It has been done. We have done something with the doctor schedules, patient prescription. This will only be created by the doctor. So let's see again on the specialties. This is fine, I guess. Yeah, and now let's go to the appointments. Now let's see from the appointments here. So let's update this form, because we need to make sure that when even the admin will create this appointment, the user can be able to get the notifications and everything that we need to add, so that when we're done with this one, we can shift to the patient side, which is this one, and then we can be able to show the list of doctors and the availability and everything, so that the user can see the list of doctors and can be able to book any appointment with any doctor that they intend. So now let's go back here, and the next thing that we can do, for example, for the doctors, in order for our system to work as we expect, we need to add the field for adding the image or the profile image for the doctors. So to do so, let's start by adding that field in our migration file. So let's go to the terminal, and we are going to create the migration. So PHP make migration, and we are going to say add image column name to doctors table. Okay. Okay, so now this has been created successful. Now let's go to that migration. So database migrations, then the last one will be a field, and then let's add the image. Okay, and that image can be nullable, and then we need to add it after let me just do this one, and then let me keep it here. So we need to make sure that this one is added after, let's see which field that we have here, after is featured. So now let's give it that way, and now from here we can just drop that field if it exists. So now let's migrate that to migration. So PHP @ migrate. Okay, after that we can update the doctor's model, I mean the doctor resource. So let's go to the doctor's resource, and from here we need to have a field that will be used to update the doctor and give them the image. So for example, if you go back here, I need to style this form a little bit nice. So let me just show you. First of all, I'm going to add here a section, and then I'm going to have section, then make, then I'm going to say doctor details, and then let me just remove this one, and now I'm going to copy all my existing form details. So let me just copy up to here. I've just cut, and then I'm going to paste inside here. Okay, and now if I go back here and refresh, now you can see the form has been added inside the good looking card. So now in that card, on this schema, I mean the section, from this schema section, so from here I'm going to say this should have 2 columns. So now refresh again. Okay, now this does not work as we expected. Okay, so here it should be columns, then 2, and then now if you refresh again, now you can see now we have 2 fields in the same row, meaning that this is works as a grid. So that's how easy it just look. And now what I want to do, I want to add another field on the right here, another card, and that in that card I'm going to move this is featured, and then I'm going to add the image of the specific doctor from there. So to do so, first of all, we need to make sure that in this section, I mean schema, so you need to have the columns, and then I'm going to say I'm going to have 3 columns, and then this first section, which is this one, I'm going to make it to have the 2 columns, and also we need to say the column span, and then we are going to say it has just take 2. From these 3, it has just take 2. And then the remaining one, I'm going to create another section, which I'm going to say doctor profile and status. And then I'm going to add the description, and let me just remove that one. And let me move the status field from here, which is featured. Let me remove it from here. And then I'm going to paste it inside this one. So let me paste it here. And now we need to make sure that this new section, which the schema starts from there up to here, the column should be 1, and this one is not important for now. Let me just keep it that way. And now if we go back here and refresh, now you can see we have this another beautiful card that has the status or the is featured, and then here you can see the rest of the form remains from this side. So I believe this is a good way of creating your forms. So now let's add the image field. So to add the image field from there, let me just add it from here. So I'm going to say forms, then components, then this should not be Togo, should be file upload, and then I'm going to make we have just called a field image. So I'll just have the label, which will be the same as that one, and then let me remove other fields that I don't want, and then I'm going to add the disk. So the disk should be the public, the directory will be doctors, and I'm going to preserve the file names. So you can just make sure you understand the functionality of every single function that I'm using here. And then now after adding those fields, I believe our image uploading will just work as usual. So now let me go to the .env file, and here from the file system I just want to change this one to be public. Okay, and after changing that, let's go back here and refresh again. After updating the .env file, you will see now we have the profile image field. So now we can be able to select the image for our doctor. So for example, I'll just upload any available image from here. So let me upload my image, and now that is the image that will be uploaded. And now you can see the upload is complete. And now let's try to add the new user. So for example, let's create that user. So password, and then the specialty, experience, let's say 3, then you create. Okay, now you can see we have this doctor, and now let's go back here, and now let's add the image field from the table. So here let's add another image. So let's remove the rest of the image. It should be like that way. So we only pass the label, and it should be circular because that is a profile image, and the size should be that one. So we can adjust that according to the needs. So now let's try and refresh. Now you can see the image is shown, and is shown only for this doctor. So you can be able to update for other doctors like this one. So you can just make sure that you upload the image if you want. So for example, I can upload that one. Alright, and now save and go back to the doctors list, and now you can see the profile image is shown successfully. So now we have the doctor listing and CRUD operations in a good condition. So now the next thing that I want to show you, we need to go to the user functionality so that the user can be able to see the list of doctors that we've added from here and their availability, and then the user should be able to book an appointment to any of these doctors. As long as that doctor have the schedule, we can just copy that doctor and paste on the list for users to be able to book an appointment. So for now, let's go to the user side. So here on the user side, first of all, when the user will log out, here on the welcome page, we need to make sure we show the list of doctors. So the welcoming page, we need to update it. And this page, I'll just reuse the page that I've already done on my previous video. Already in the previous, I created the video concerning the doctor appointment booking. So let me just show you. So if you visit my channel, you'll see this video, which is called the Full Stack Doctor Appointment Booking App. So you need to pass through this video. So that we need to create something like this one. So I'll just reuse this already created page and the layout and everything. So I'm just going to copy and paste in my current application, and then we can just only fetch the list of doctors that we've created from admin panel from here, and then we can also be able to update those data from our user side, so that the user can be able to see that page, which is this one. You can see that page from the welcome here, and then they can be able to book an appointment. For example, here you can see, if I zoom, it says book your appointment. So there, when the user will click there, can be able to add a book appointment booking. So now on the next session, I'm going to continue with that one. Alright, so to start building the layout and the welcome page for our user, which is a patient, I'll be copying some of the already made views that I've used in my previous video, as I've mentioned in the previous section. So I'll be copying some of them, and then I'll be pasting in our current application. So this is our current application. So first of all, I'm going to create some of the components. So the first one, I'll create HP at Sun Livewire make. Then I'll create this inside, I'll say patient. So we'll have that directory. Then inside that directory, we are going to have the first one will be top navigation. Okay, so I'll create that component. Oh, so this will give us an error because this should be Livewire. So let me just write again, Livewire. Okay, so that will be the first component that we are going to have in our application. So here in patient, you will see we have that component, and on app Livewire, then patient, we have that component created right here. Okay, so that will be the first one. The second one we are going to create will be the hero section. Okay, so we have the hero section right there, and then now let me add the hero section code in this view. So let me go to the view. So this is our view. So I'm going to paste some of the codes that you already have, because the source code is available on this repository. You can just visit this link that I'll pin it in my video description, and then you can be able to visit this one. So for example, if I visit the hero section or the top navigation bar, which is this one, so this is the code that I have in my repository. So you can just copy it, and we are going to paste it in our top navigation bar component right here. Okay, so after that, let's copy the one for hero section. So let me go to the repository, and let me search for the hero section, and let me copy that, and I'll paste it here. Okay, right. So after that, the next step is to copy the welcome page. So let me see the welcome page. The welcome page, which is this one. So as you can see, this will be the welcome page, and as you can see, it has the hero section, it has this featured doctors, it has a specialist card, and featured article. So we are going to need to add that, because here you can see we have the top navigation bar, the hero section. So let's add the other remaining component. So we have the featured doctors, so let's add that one. Let me create the featured doctors. Featured doctors. Another one will be specialist cards. Specialist cards. And then we have the featured articles. So I'll be showing you how to create those articles. So let me just add this one, featured articles. Okay, so now after that, let me just add the welcome page. So first of all, I'm going to copy this welcome page. So copy it, and now we are going to update the welcome page that we have here, which is this one. So I'm going to paste the one that we've copied from the repository, so it will be like this way now. And if we go to the view and try to refresh, it will give us an error because some of the components require more things, as you can see. So here this is not found, so because we've named it actually different. So the one that we have is called the top navigation bar. So this should be top navigation bar. Okay, after that, we don't have the application logo. So let's see the application logo. So here, if we go to layout, so we have the app logo, not the application logo. So here we need to change that to be app logo. So this is our app logo. Now if we go back and refresh, okay, so hero section. Now let's go back to the welcome page, and here we need to have the patient, then a hero section. The same way to this one, should start with the patient dot featured doctors. The same way to this one, and also on this one. Now let's go back and refresh. Okay, so now you can see it has been shown, but it's not well styled. Why? Because in my previous video I used the Preline UI, which is this. Let me just open the Preline UI site. So this is the one that I've used in my previous video. So we need to install that in our current application. So let's go to the framework guides, and then you go to Laravel, and then here you need to install it using this command. So let's go to the terminal and install it. So clear my terminal, and then I say npm install Preline. Okay, so that is the first step. And then the second step is to add this in your app.js and app.css. So let's add it in app.css. So let's add this Preline UI. So let's go to app.css, which is this one. And then here below that, I'm going to pass the Preline UI. And then I'm going to add the import of Preline UI in app.js. So let's go to the app.js. And import that one. And this has been added in our welcome page. As you can see from here, already we have imported the Vite resources that are the styles and the JavaScript. So now let's add another terminal and run the npm run dev. Alright, so now let's go back and try to refresh again. Okay, still we don't see the actual layout, but if you go back to the terminal, and here you can see we get the error from this plugin. So you can see we have this plugin that is the picker. So I'll go to the node modules, and I'm going to disable this plugin. So let's go to node modules. Let me just collapse that one, node modules. Then we are going to Preline. And then we are going to the source and plugins, and then the picker, and then vanilla picker pro. And then from here, I'm going to comment that plugin, and then I'm going to run again npm run dev, and let's try it again. Okay, so now you can see the page has styled as we expected. So now you can see we have the landing, articles, register, login, and here we have this page, but we don't have the image. So to add the image, I will just copy that image from here. You can see from the repository, I have the doc.jpg, which is the image, which is this one. So I will just download that. Okay, so this one is the image that I've downloaded. So I'll just cut it and I'll paste it inside the project that we have. So I'm going to paste inside the public directory. Okay, and now let me close that one and let's go back to the view and refresh. And now you can see we have that image shown as we expected. Okay, so now you can see it looks a little bit nice. And here you can see I have two cards, the inner card and this outer card. So I want to remove this inner card. So I want to remove that styling for that inner card so that it will only depend on the outer card. So let's go to the code. Let's close this one and also the app.css. And now in welcome page here, you can see this will be the outer card. And we'll just leave it that way because this is hero section, so we'll just leave it. So on the hero section you can see we have this background white, we have the shadow, and we've made it to be rounded. So let's remove that shadow and also remove the background. Okay, so we can only remove those classes. So we can just leave it that way. And now you can see that inner card has been gone and now it looks nice. Now the next component will be, so let me close that hero section. The next component will be the featured doctors. So let's go to the featured doctor and see how we are going to make it visible there. So first of all, if you go to the featured doctor, you can see we don't have anything. So let's go here on the repository. Let's go to featured doctors and then open it. And then we are going to copy this .blade file and then let me paste it here. And now if we go back here and refresh, actually it will print some errors. So because we need to update the component class, so now let's go back and define the component class. So the component class is this one. So this is our component class. So let's copy it from here up to here and then I'll explain everything that is found in that component class. So let's go to the featured doctors and then here we are going to paste that code that we have copied and then import the doctor. Alright, so now let me explain the code inside here. So from here you can see this is our component class and we have this public key property called the featured doctors, and then we have a public function mount, and from that function we pass the specialty ID as a parameter, and then we check if the specialty ID is not equals to 0, then we are going to fetch the featured doctors by concatenating it with the relationship for specialty and also the doctor user. But remember, in our doctor relationship, in our doctor model, now we have user, not doctor user. So now we need to update that to user, and then from there we are going to check where the specialty ID equals to the specialty ID that we have passed from here. So that is how this will look like. So here this should not be specialties, so here we need to have the name of the table for specialties. So the name of the table for specialties Let me just show you. So this is the name of the specialties, so I'll copy that and paste it here. Okay, and now I think we can be in a good condition. So now let's go back here and refresh. Okay, so it says we are fetching ID on null. Okay, now let's go back and see here. Okay, and let's go back here and see. So it says we are getting the ID on null. Okay, so here you can see we say doctor user, so this is wrong. So let's go and update that one. So let's go to the blade file, and here it should be user. Okay, and here also it should be user. So hospital name, I believe we don't have this in our model. Let's see, from the doctor here we don't have the hospital name, so let's add that migration to add the hospital name. So PHP artisan make migration, then we are going to say add hospital name to doctors table. All right, and now in that model, let's add the doctor hospital name. So let's say table, then a string, then it will be hospital name, then that will be nullable, and we are going to keep it after is featured. And here we are going to drop that column if exists. And now let's say PHP artisan migrate, and we are going to add this in admin side. So now in admin side on doctor here we don't see the hospital name, so let's refresh again, and here we need to add the hospital name in our resource. So first of all, let's go to the doctor resource. On the form, let's just add the text input. So let me just copy that. And here, this should not be that way. You can just say required, and this should be hospital name. And then on the table too, we need to add that hospital name. Okay, and now if we go back in the refresh, now we have the hospital name. So for example, let's edit for this doctor. So let's say add the hospital name, like let's say Wimbili National Hospital, and save. Okay, so you can see that has been saved, and now you can see the hospital name will be shown there. So now let's go back to the view, and here we don't have this component which is called the profile image. So now let's create that component. So let me just play. Right, so now let's create the profile image component. So that I will create inside the profile directory. Then I'll say profile image. Oh, there's a typo there. That is not image. So let me create the image. And then I'll delete the wrong one. So let me go back here. Inside profile, I'll just delete this one. And also I'll delete the component. Okay, so now we have the profile image. So if we go back here and refresh again. Okay, so now let's go on the feature deductor. So here you can see we have the profile image, and we are supposed to say it comes from patient. So let me just remove this one. It comes from patient, then profile, then profile image. So that is where it's found. So now if we refresh again, now you can see we have the list of doctors. So here you can see our featured doctors. So we have only one featured doctor, and you can see the name of the hospital, and also from here you have the specialty, but this is not a specialty name, it is only specialty. And now you can see we have the specialty there and the hospital name. And to show the image of the specialty or the doctor, let's go here. Now you can see from here we don't have anything. So let's go back to the repository, and now let's go to the profile image. First of all, we get the user details. So let's go back here on the top. Then on profile image, let's add that, and user. Okay. So here we get the user details, and then on the view, let's go to the view, which is this one, and then this is how the view looks like. So now let's copy this one and then paste it there. All right, and now this should be not profile image, and this is not from user. If you remember, we added the image in our doctors, if you can see from here. So the profile image is inside the doctor's model, not from user. So we need to change that. So here, as you can see, we get the user detail. So what we can do here to show the profile image in a simple way, instead of passing the user ID, we can just pass the doctor ID. So we can just remove that user ID and then only pass the ID. And then from there, here we can just pass that ID. And then this should be doctor details. And then this should be doctor details. And then this should come from doctor. And import that. Then this should be ID. And then from the component here, we can have the doctor details, and then we have the image. So now let's go back and see how it looks like. because that is the if condition. If the doctor image is there, then we show that, but if it's not there, then we are going to use the doctor details here, doctor details, then image. Okay, and now let's go back here in the view and try to refresh again. Okay, so it will require ID, yeah, because we changed the parameter here. So this is an ID, but from here it comes as a user ID. So let's change that one to ID, and then let's go back here, and now you can see now it looks like this way, because this doctor does not have profile image, so you can see from here. So now let's update that doctor to have a profile image. Now let's upload the image. Let me just upload that one. Okay, so now save. Alright, now let's go back here and try to refresh. Now you can see the profile image has been shown, and now we need to add the articles here, because if we go back to the welcome page, here we've added this one. Now let's add the specialty cards. So if you go to the specialty cards from here, we need to copy from the repository. So don't worry if this is accessible, it is a public repository so that you guys can be able to access it. So now let's find the specialty card, which is this one. So this is the specialty card. Now let's copy it, and we are going to paste it inside this view. Alright, so now here it will actually print an error, because we just want to update the specialty card also, which is the component class. So from here, let's go back to the repository from this one. Now let's copy this one, and then we are going to paste it inside the component class. Now we have the specialty, and now let's go back here, and after refresh, now you can see we have the first specialty, but it does not shown here because of the styling. So now let me see why it does not shown there. So here it is not a specialty, it is name. Now let's go back here. Now you can see we have only one specialty, so the admin can add more specialties so that you can see. So let me use the form filler, and then I'll say create, and you can also use the create another, so we can just do something like this, and then you create and create another. And then you can also be able to create another one, and then you create and create another. Alright, so now if we go back here and refresh, now you can see we have this couple of specialties. So that's how easy you can just do what I was doing. So now we have the hero section, we have the featured doctors, and we have the specialties. So now the last thing in our welcome page to add is the featured articles. So to add the features articles, let's go here, and here we can see we don't have anything. So let's go to the repository again and fetch for featured articles. Now let's go to the view, which is the blade file, and copy it, and then we are going to paste it here. Alright, and now if you go back here, now you can see we have the featured articles. So in this tutorial next session, I will show you how to create these articles from Filament dashboard. So the doctor can be able to log in here and have the option to create the articles. So that we can be able to show the featured articles in here, and also we are going to have the articles page in here. So from there, now let's add the booking component functionality. So now if the user click the book appointment, it should redirect them to the login page so they can log in, for example, like this way. And then they are supposed to be redirected to the page where they can be able to book the appointment. So now let's go back to the code. Now from the featured doctor, here, so when the user will click this book appointment, so will be directed to the login if that user has no logged in. But if the user is logged in, they will be redirected to the booking page. So now what we need to do is the user has logged in is directing to this dashboard. So we need to update this dashboard to look the same way as the page that we're having when the user is not logged in. So like this way, so that the user can be able to access that page. So to do so, now let's go back to the repository, and now let's search for dashboard. So we are going to find the patient dashboard, which is this one. And now from here, we need only to copy this div slot. So this one, let me just copy it, and then we are going to use it inside the dashboard, which is this dashboard that is shown on the patient side. So if we log in, you can see the user is redirected to this dashboard. So we need to update that dashboard. So here I'm going to just paste it inside that div. And now let's go back to the patient, and now we have to update this route. So this path is called the patient.featured doctors. Then we have patient.specialty cards, and we don't have the recent appointment. So now let me just comment that one, and let's go back here and refresh. And now you can see we have the list of doctors. So now we can see we have this doctor, and we have the book appointment button, and we have the see all doctors. So now let me just change the theme again. And now go to appearance. And let's switch to light theme, and let's go back to the dashboard. And now it looks nice. Okay, so now let me just remove the outer div. Let me remove it that way, and let's go back and see. Okay. Let me just keep this to 100. Okay, so this is the layout, which is coming with this layout. So if you come to this, you will see we have this layout. So this layout is created by Flux. So I'll not do anything with that, because now we are focused on the functionality of this. So now when the user will click this button, it's supposed to be redirected to the booking page. So now to be redirected to the booking page, I'm going to create that component, which is called the booking component. So now let me just close that one, and also close all other files. And now let me create the component. So now I'm going to create another directory called the booking. Then I'm going to create the booking component. Okay, and now on the booking component, which is this one, we need to create a page. So first of all, we need to reference this one to the route. So we need to create the route for that. So let's go to the web. And now from here, we need to create a new route. And then have a get method. And then we are going to say booking page. Then we need to have the ID. So we have that one, and then this should be booking page. Okay. So I'll just remove that name of the route. And now let's go back here and refresh again. Now you can see we've been redirected to this page, but it does not have anything to show. So now let's go to the repository here, and now let's search for booking component, which is this one. And now I'll just copy these codes and then I'll explain one by one so that you guys can understand what I'm doing. And now let's go back on the top, and first of all I'll copy these properties. So let's go to the booking component, and from here let me just paste those properties. So we have the doctor details, we have appointment type, we have selected date, we have available dates, and the time slots. So this will show the available dates for that specific doctor, which are the dates that we have created from here, from the doctor schedules. So it will show the available days, and then the time slot will show the time available from the concept that from here, the doctor will be available, let's say, on Tuesday, and then the availability of the time slot will be from 8 up to 17. So we need to show the time slot from here up to here. So that is where we are going to store the time slots, and the selected date for that specific appointment, the type of appointment, so, and also the doctor details. So now the next thing, let's copy the mount function that will populate the doctor details and also fetch the available dates. So now let's start by pasting the mount function. Now let's create this fetch available dates function. So now let's go and copy that function, which is this one, which ends here. And now let me paste it there. Now let's import these classes, and then I will explain what that function does. So let me just import the carbon. Okay. Now what this function do is it will accept the doctor as a parameter, and then from that doctor we are going to get the doctor ID, so that we can be able to get the schedules. So the schedules means we are going to get the data from the doctor schedules, where the ID of that doctor is coming from this as the parameter, which is coming from here. So you can see this is called on the mount function. So when only this component will be rendered, this function will be called. So it will just call this function, and then it will pass the doctor details as a parameter. So that will be called, this will be calling this function. So it will fetch the doctor schedules. So for example, for now, we can just dump those doctor schedules, and now we can see from the view okay, so here it requires the doctor ID. So now let me see. Okay, so now here you can see we were accepting the doctor as a parameter, which is a doctor model, but instead of accepting that, I'm going to accept the ID, and then I'm going to fetch the doctor details. So let me just say doctor, then I'm going to find using that specific ID, and then that will be the doctor details. So now that will be the one that will be passed from that page. So now let's go back and click book appointment, and now you can see it has just returned these schedules. So you can see we have the first schedule, which will be available from this day, and we have the second one, which will be available on this day. Okay, so now you can see this is what this function does. So the first thing is to get the doctor schedules by firstly accepting this doctor details at the parameter right here, and then it will get the schedules for that specific doctor that the user has selected from this page. So when you click this one, it will pass the ID. That ID will be the one that will be accepted here, and then from that ID we can get the doctor details, and then that doctor details will be passed down to this function. So that here we have the doctor schedules, and from there we have the empty array, which is called the availability, and then in order to feed in data to this availability array, we need to loop through those schedules, and then from that schedule we are going to get the day of the week from that available day. So if you go back to the schedules, the available day is just numbers. So we have one for Monday, or we have one for Monday, we have second for Tuesday, and up to Sunday. So now we need to use that to be the day of the week, and then we have to create the from time and to time by creating that time from this function that is found from Carbon. So from the Carbon instance, we have created this from time by using the create from format. So because in database our time has been formatted as hours, then minutes, then seconds. So we need to create that time instance from Carbon by using that format. Then we are going to get the from field, because that is the field that stores the time of from and then to the same way. And then from there we are going to feed those data in this availability array, and then we are feeding those data by comparing them to the day of the week. So from here now we have the availability. So for example, if I can show you the data that we have on the availability. So now let's go back here and refresh. Now you can see on the availability we have these Carbon instances, and now you can see we have only these times. You can see we have date and time, and you can see this is from, and you have also for the two. So now that is what we have on the instances. Now let's go here. Down here you can see we have the dates, which will store the dates for the week, and then here we have the today's date, which is Carbon instance, and then from there we are going to create a for loop that will loop against the 1 year. So here you can see 365, which is equals to 1 year. And then here, in order for you to get the days that is according to that 1 year, you can just use the today, then you are going to use the copy function, and then from that copy function you are going to add those days accordingly to the value of that loop. So when the loop will be looping, you will be adding the days up to the date. So because this is the array, so you are going to be adding one day at the other. So and then you are going to add inside this array, and then for the day of the week you are going to copy it from the dates which will be coming from here. So this will be the date, and then that date is the one that you are going to get the day of the week, and then that day of the week will be stored in this variable. Then we are going to check if the day of the week inside the availability array is set. Then we are going to format that date in this format, which will be the year, month, and day, and then we are going to store it in a dates array. So that dates array is created by this functionality, and then from there the dates we are going to feed them inside the available dates, which is an array that was created up here. So you can see this is stored by using the array of dates that is coming from here, which is created by this functionality right here. So now if I go back here and try to dump those data, if I dump the available dates, now let's go back here and try to refresh again. Now you can see the available dates are like this way. So you can see this has created the available dates for the whole year. So you can see up to here. And then now the next step is to copy another function. So if we go back to the booking component, so after having the fetch available dates here, which is this one, we need to have another function which is called the select date. So let's copy that function, and then let's paste it down here. So this function will be used to select the dates. So the dates that we have created from here on the view, we are going to allow the user to select a date. So when the user will click any date according to the dates that we have generated from here, that will call this function. So when it will call this function, this action will trigger this function. So we need to have the fetch time slot function. So let's go back here and copy this function, which is called the fetch time slot, and then let's copy it. Let's go up to there, and then I'm going to paste it down here. So let me paste that one, and then from here I'm going to import the appointment model, and then let me explain this function in so that you guys can understand what is going on here. So in this fetch time slot function, as you can see, it accepts the date that the user has selected, and then we are going to also pass the doctor details. So the doctor details that we get from here will be stored in this public key property, and then we are going to use it here as a parameter. So we are going to pass it as a parameter. So this function accepts two parameters, the date and the doctor, and then from there this function will accept those two parameters. Then we have the day of the week by passing the data like this way. So from the carbon, we are going to pass the date, which will be the date that has been selected from here. And then from that date, we are going to get the day of the week. So meaning that we are going to get the day of the week like 0, 1, and up to other days. And then we are going to get the carbon date by passing that date to get the date, which will be in this format. So that it can match with this format up here. And then we are going to get the doctor schedule according to that availability day, and then according to the doctor's details. So from there, when we are getting the schedules, you can just show something like this so that you guys can understand what everything single code of this function does. So let me just show you. So for example, if I refresh again, and now we don't have the page yet, so now let me just show you. So let's copy the component view. So let's copy the component view, the booking component view, which is this one. Let's copy it, and then let's go to the view and paste it there. Okay, and then I'll explain everything from here. So now let's go back here and refresh. Okay, so now it says we are getting this from now. Let's see. Okay, so we have this one. So we need to change this one from doctor user to just user. So which is this one. So let's say user. Also here we need to say user. And this should be name of the specialty. We have the hospital name and other things I believe will work just perfect. Let's see. Profile image, we need to change the path because we updated that path. It's not just only profile image. It comes from patient, then profile, then profile image. Now let's go back and try again. And also we need to change this not to be user ID, just to have ID. And now you can see we have this profile of that specific doctor. So you can see that is the name of the doctor. We have the specialty and we have the hospital name. And also here we need to select the type of appointment. So you can select the type of appointment and then you can be able to select the available date. So here the available date has not been shown. So let me just go back here. Okay, so to make sure that the available dates are shown here, let's go back to the component, and here you can see I've used the date picker, and that date picker will be populated with the dates by using the pickaday package or the plugin of pickaday, which is a JavaScript plugin. So we need to add that plugin on our application. So to add it, now let's go to the layout of our application, so which will be app.blade.php, and then from here you can see this is how I added the pickaday. So copy that, and now let's go to the sidebar of our application, and then from here I'm going to add that pickaday. Okay, we have the pickaday JavaScript plugin, we have the moment, and we have this pickaday.css, which will be the styling for our pickaday. So now let's go back here and refresh again. Okay, now let's select that one, and here you can see we have the available dates. So you can see the current month is April, and the doctor is available only on Monday and Tuesday. That is why, because if you go back here and refresh again, if I could remind you here, we just dump these schedules, and now you can see the doctor is only available on 2 dates, which will be the 2nd and this, the other one will be on the 1st one. So this is the Monday and this one is a Tuesday. So that's why after generating those dates on availability and then update it on the available dates, so those dates will be only shown from here. So if you go back here and select the on-site, and then you will see only the doctor is available on those 2 dates, and the previous dates will not be shown because that you cannot book the previous day. So we only allow the next dates. So now you can see you can select that Monday, and then you can see the available slot will be shown automatically. So this slot are shown because we have this function called the fetch time slot, and this function, as I was explaining, it will generate the schedule. So it will get the schedule, and then from that schedule it will see if the schedule is available. So it is available, it will generate the time from the carbon by using the create from format. So from that instance we are going to create the array which is called the slot, and here we are going to have the while loop. So that while loop will check if the form time is less than the true time. So by checking that, and then it will just create the time slot. So that time slot is coming from the from, then you are going to the format, and then we are going to get we are going to check if that appointment or that time slot is already booked in our appointment. So we are going to check if that appointment is already booked. So this is just to check. So let me just add that here. So it will just say check if the appointment exists for that specific selected date and time. So if it does not exist, it will just create that and add that in from time. But if that slot already exists, we will just return in the empty array in that slot. So now what we are going to do, the time slot will be get from this slot. So it will just be get from here, and then it will be assigned to this time slot, which is the public property. And then on else, if the schedule is not found, so we will just return an empty array in this public property. So if you go back here, the time slot will be empty. So that's how here you can be able to see the selected time, and then you can see the time slots. So you can see, so this will be the available time slots from that specific doctor. So now when the user will click on any of these time slots and click OK, we should be able to create that appointment. So now we need to create another function which is called the book appointment. So now let's create that function by copying it from here. So let me just go back to the booking component. We need to have that function which is called the book appointment. So let me copy that function. So this will be available in my repository so that you guys can be able to copy it and see how to do it. So now here I'll just remove this send email notification first, and then I'll also remove this one. Okay, and now here you can see this function will accept the time slot, which will be the slot that has been created here, and it will be the slot that will be available in here. So when the user will click this one, so this will call that book appointment function, which is this one. So it will pass down the slot as a parameter. So from that slot, we are going to generate the carbon date, which will be the date that will be created by checking the selected date from here. So it will check the selected date from here, and it will create this carbon date. And then from there, we are going to create a new appointment by using the patient ID, which will be the ID of the logged in user. The doctor ID will be the ID of the doctor that has been selected. The appointment date will be the carbon date. The time slot will be the slot that we've created from here and that we've passed from here. And then the appointment type will be passed down here. And then we are going to save those data in the appointment model. Then after that, we are going to generate this email data. So the email data will be generated as following. So you can just update it the way that you want. So I can just change this one to be name, and this should be user, because we have just to change that relationship to user. All right. And now what we are going to do next in the appointment model, let's go back and check the appointment table. And here we don't have the appointment type field. So now let's add the appointment field in that table. So let me clear the terminal, and then let me add the migration. So PHP add some make migration, and then I'll say add appointment type column to appointment table. And then I'm going to add the appointment type field. So let me add the insight, and the live consultation. Consultation. Okay, and now let's drop that column if it already exists. Alright, so now after adding this field, now let's close that one. Let's go back to the booking component, and from here on the appointment type we could have that appointment type, but now the appointment type, which is this one, stores the data in number format, because from here appointment type, you can see the values are like this way, so we need to update that one to be on site, and here to be live consultation, so that it can match with the field that we have added. So this should be live consultation. Okay, and now from the component class here, when you are creating an appointment, so that will be automatically fed in, and from the email, for the moment I will just also comment this one. I'll show you in a minute how to add the emails. So now, in order for us to be able to redirect our user, we need to create a page that will be corresponding to showing the list of components that the user has booked. So now if you go back to the user, you can see this is the patient. We don't see anywhere that we can see the appointment. So let's add here the component that will show the list of appointment that the user has created. So right, so before adding the link to the created patient appointments, I want to make one thing clear here. If you go back to the dashboard, you see, so the dashboard now shows this page, which is the same page as when user will visit this link, as you can see. So this page allows now user to book an appointment to any doctor, or they can start it from here, and they can see the list of all doctors the same way as when they would click this link. So when they will click this link now, it will direct to the same page. So what I want to do, in order to avoid this confusion, as you can see, this page is not supposed to show this, because this is the dashboard. So we need to make sure this dashboard will show the analytics of this user appointments and any other data that we can show, but not this page. So the users, when you will be logged in, will be directed to this page, and when they will be directed to this page, we are supposed to change this link. So here we are going to have the link to redirect our user to dashboard, and then to have the link to logout, and then they can be able to switch this according to either they are authenticated or not. So we will hide this when they will be authenticated, and we will show the dashboard and the logout link. So to do so, let me start first by changing this link here. So let's go to the code, and let's go to the top navigation bar. In here, okay, now let's change this button first. So here, let's have the if else. So we're going to check if auth check. So on else, let's show these links. And now if we go back here, you can see the links have gone. And now on if here, now I'll change this to my dashboard. And this one is the one that we are going to change it. So this is my dashboard, and now let's change that one. And now let's see how it looks like. Okay, now let's change that icon. So let's go to hero icons. Now let's search for logout. So I'll use this one. Let me just copy the whole SVG and then I'll paste it here. Okay, now let's see. Yep, so this will be for logout. And now let's show the title so that the user can know this is for logout. Okay, so now in this button, let's make it to be submit, because we are going to use this form right here. So let me copy the form and let's close the form down here. Okay, now the form have one of the class that we don't want. Let's change it. Okay, now it's fine. So now if we try to click this button, now it will direct us to the welcome page. As you can see now, you can see the register and login means that it has logged that out. So now let's log in again. And now you can see, so this dashboard now we need to change it because we don't want to show this page, and also when the user will log in, we need to redirect to this link. So we need to redirect to this link, as you can see. So when they will click this my dashboard, they are supposed to be redirected to the dashboard. So now let's change the link on this one to go to the dashboard and make it navigate. Okay, so now let's remove this code in the dashboard page. So let's go to the dashboard and now let's change this code. Okay, so now let's keep it that way. And now let's go to the login and change the redirections to this page. All right. Now let's go to the login. And here on the redirection to the intended path, let's redirect the user to this path. Okay, and the same way to the register, redirect the user to that path. Okay, so now let's go back and try to log out and log in again. Okay, so it says this route is not defined. Now let's go to the web.php. Okay, so this is home. We can just put home there. So this should be home, and there home. Okay, so now let's go back and log out. Now log in again. Oh, I forgot I had the forward slash here. Right, so that's how it is supposed to be. Let's go back. Okay, so now you can see it will direct us to this page, which is fine, and that is what we wanted. So now the user has been logged in, can go to the dashboard. Okay, so this, oh, I forgot. I have a problem here. This should be dashboard. Okay, so now you can see this is dashboard. So now when our user will log in, we want to redirect to this page, and now from here the user can be able to book an appointment to the doctor listed here. So for example, the user will be redirected to this booking page, and they can be able to book an appointment. So they can be able to select a date, and then they can see the time slots, and now they can be able to book an appointment. Okay, so I'll show you how to finish this one. Okay, and here we have an error. So it says appointment has no field appointment type. So let me see that. Let's go to the database, and let's go to the appointments, and now here on appointment you can see we don't have the appointment type. So I believe that table we created, so we just need to migrate it. So let me see. Yep, we have the appointment type, so let's just run php @ migrate. So php @ migrate. Okay, here I have an error. So as you can see, it says there is no such a table called the appointment. So as you can see here, it's supposed to be appointments. So correct that one, and then let's try again. Okay, so you can see now it has been added automatically. Now let's go back to the application, and now let's try again. Now let's book that time. Okay, it says okay, so here okay, we have the patient ID here, as you can see, but I guess we are missing something. Let me check on the code. So let's go to the booking component, and here on book appointment function, as you can see, on patient ID we are supposed to add the patient ID and not the authenticated user ID, because this is not the patient ID. So we need to get the patient ID first. So let's get the patient from here. So we can just say patient, and then it will be like that way. And then we are going to say patient, then ID. I don't know. What I mean is not this way. From patient model. So we can get it from the logged in user ID. Then we get the patient, or you can just use the find method, so that will work just fine. and now we can get the patient ID. So now let's try again and see if this works. So attempted to read the ID on null. Okay, so let's check on our patients table. Okay, now you can see the ID of the user is this one, but the ID of the logged in user, the current logged in user, is 2. So that's when the issue comes in. So let's go to the admin page. Here on the patients, now let's add a new patient. And now let's select the current logged in user, which is test user. So now let's add the test user as a patient. Now create. Alright, now let's go back here. You can see the test user is one of the patient. So now let's go back here, and now let's try to do an appointment. Okay, it has not showed us anything. So now let's go back again, and if that works, the slot will be gone. So now you can see the 8 slot has been gone, so it has been booked successful. So now let's go and check from the appointments table, and now you can see we have this appointment for the 8. So now you can see this is good, and it works just as we expected. So now let's continue with the part of adding the link to see the list of appointments that the user has created. So let's go direct and add that link in our sidebar. So let's go to the sidebar, and here on the link for the dashboard, let me copy the group, and then I'll paste it down here, and this should be appointments, and then I want to make this to be appointments. Okay, so we are going to create that route, appointments, and then this should be my appointments. So my appointments. Okay, so also we are going to change the icon. So as you can see here, so let's go back here on hero icons. Now let's search for calendar. So I'll use let's say just this calendar. So let me change that one, and now let's create that route. So we are going to create that route by creating the component first. So let's create the component. So PHP @ make Livewire, then we are going to create it inside the appointments directory. Then I'm going to create my appointment. Okay, oh, that should be inside the patient directory. So what we can do, we can just move this here, but that will not work for autoload. So in order for the autoload to work, the class will not respond as we expected. So let me delete that component first, and I'll create it again. So let me delete. Alright, now let's add that path here. So it should be inside the patient, then appointments. Okay, so now you can see we have the appointments, and then let me check from here. So we have a patient, then appointments. Now let's go back here, and we have the patient, then appointments. So that's how I was wanted this to be shown. So now let's go to the web.php. And then from here, I want to add that route. So let's say route get, and then my appointments. So let me call my appointments. So this should be appointments. And now if we go back to the page, now you can see we have the appointments, which is my appointments, and now you can see it has nothing. So now let's go back to the repository, and now let's search for the dashboard. So on the dashboard, here we are going to have this featured doctor, specialty. Okay, this is not the one that I'm looking. So let's search for the patient. Now let's search for patient, and here you can see on patient we have the my appointments. Now let's go to that page, and now from my appointments you can see we have this, which is called the Livewire, then all appointments. So now let's go for that, all appointments, which is this one. And now from this page you can see we have this page, you can see we have the table here. So let's copy this page, and now let's go and paste it in my appointment, which will be found here, which is this page. So from here let's paste that code, right? So now it will give us some errors, so we need to copy also the class, which is the component class for my appointments, all appointments. Now let's go to this one. So here you can see we have this page. Okay, now let's copy it from here up to here, and then let's go on my appointments, and after that let me import some of the classes. And then on this list, let me just disable these redirections. Okay, so this was for the cancel, and now let's go to the start. This was for the live consultation, and I'm going to show you how to send these notifications. Now let me just disable like that way, and now let's copy the codes in the render function. So here I was trying to filter some data. So here you have the role, different rows. So now this was for the doctor, and then this one is for the patient. So now let's just use this way. So I'll just copy this one, So here you get the user ID of the logged in user, and now I'll copy this one and then let me use this way, be used here. Okay, and now this is what we have. Now let's remove this one, and now let's go back to the view and try to refresh. Okay, so it says appointment search is not found. Now let's go and add this in our model. So in our model, the appointment model, let me search for appointments, which is this one. We should have the search scope, which is this one. And now let's go to the appointment model and let's add the search scope. Here we need to have the user, not doctor user. That is the relationship between the doctor and the user. And okay, and now let's go back here, refresh. Okay, and call to undefined method, which is appointment doctor. Okay, now in our appointment model, we need to have the relationship to the doctor. So this one will be the relationship to the doctor, and this one is be for the patient. And now let's go back and refresh again. Okay, now we need to have the profile image. So if you go to the page here, we have used the profile image. So let me search for it, profile image. So now the path has been changed. It should be, let me just remove this one. It should be patient, then this one. And now let's refresh again. Okay, now we have this one, the profile image, except one of the parameter. So this should change to ID. I remember that we changed that one to ID, not just use ID. And now let's refresh again. Okay, now it says we are accessing the ID on null. So let's see. Here we have the condition. So we are having this condition for checking the ID. So if the ID was, the role was equals to 1, if we go back to all appointments, so this was for the doctor, so we need to remove that one because this is just for the user. So now let's remove that one. And now let's go back to the page and try to refresh again. Alright, so here, in order for the patient to be able to reschedule the appointment, I want to show one more field which is responsible for showing if the appointment is complete or not complete. So from the table right here, if we scroll down a little bit, you will see there's a field which is this one, which literally I was saying it is called is complete. But if now we go to appointment, which is our table, so the status now we have complete and incomplete. So we have to check for these two statuses. So here we have to say if it's complete. Now we can show this one, and else we can just show which is pending, or we can just say incomplete. Okay, so now let's go back to the view, and here you can see we have this incomplete status. So now this will be responding to different conditions. So now also we have the cancel functionality. So you can see from here, this is the cancel, which is the cancel button. As you can see, let me just squeeze this one and zoom it a little bit so that you guys can see. So from here you can see this is the button, and here you can see we have wire, then event, then the event is click. So when the user will click on that button, we are going to call the action called the cancel, and then we are going to pass the ID of that specific appointment, and then we are going to ask for the confirmation from the user. So I really want to, here should be want to cancel the appointment. Then when the user will confirm that, then is when we are going to cancel that appointment. So now if we try to click there, you'll see it will ask if you are really want to cancel that appointment, and then if we say yes, now then this appointment should be deleted or cancelled. So now you can see it requires to send an email. So now what I'm going to do, let me just go back to the cancel. So let's go to the book, my appointments. And then let's go to the cancel. Yep, so this is the way of canceling. And here on sending email, I'll just pause it for now. I'll just comment it, and then the next thing, I believe that appointment now is not deleted because the delete was not executed as the error was happening right here. So now let's go back and refresh. So still the appointment is there, but now let me just go and book another appointment. So for example, I'll go back to the doctor. So from here, and then from right here, I can book an appointment. I just say, let's say on site, then on date 5, then on 10, then okay. Alright, so now we need to make the redirection. So now let's go to the book appointment. So booking component. Here on book appointment, the redirection, as you can see, it is supposed to redirect to the my appointments. So here, let's just change this one. So let's say route. Let me just pass the URL. Let's check the URL from web.php. The URL to my appointments is this one. So now let's copy that, and then from booking appointment right here, now let's paste it, and now this will direct our user as we expected. And then if we go back here and refresh again, now we expected the 10 time slot to be gone on date 5. So you can see the date that time slot has gone. So if we go to my appointments, you can see already we have this one. So now let's try to cancel this one, and on cancel, automatically we want to redirect back to this page. So let's go again to my appointments, and here the redirection, let me remove all of this, and then it should direct to that page. Okay, so that's all. Now let's go back here, refresh again, and now let's try to cancel this one. Yes, Now you can see it has redirected back, and you can see that appointment has been gone. So now let's go back and try to create another appointment. And here we are going to add new appointment button. So I'll just show you that in a minute. But for now, let's navigate back to that page and create another appointment. And we should be able to see the time slot that we've cancelled. So on date 5, the time of 10, you can see it is available again. So now you can see it has redirected to this page. So we want to show here the toaster. So to add the toaster here, let me just go here and show you how to add it. So I'll just add it from one of the package called the toaster. So let me just show you. So now let's search for Laravel toaster. Laravel Livewire toaster. Let's see. So we have this one, which is called, it was developed by Masmerize. So open that one. Okay, so this is the Livewire toaster. And now if you go down here, you can see this is how it looks like. So that is the demo. So now let me go back down here, and then I'll copy the composer require command. Now let's import that. So now it will copy all the files. Now let's wait for it to be done. So while it is generating optimized outload files, let me just fix this, which seems to be errors, but they are not errors actually. So let me just use helper classes here. So I'll just use this helper class, and then I say user. Then I'll access the ID, and also in my appointments, I'm going to change it automatically again. So auth, then user, and this should be facade. So let me remove this attribute and import it as a facade. So include the facade, and now that will resolve that error. And then let's change it here again. Okay, so since we use it here and here, so we may want to make it reusable, so we can just create it up here. So let me just create the mount function. So let's say public and from here we're going to say user, then we're going to use that auth, then user. Okay, and now we are going to reuse that from here. So that cancelled by was used here, so for now it is not usable. So let me just comment it, and then from here we can just use that the same user. So this one, let's just say this user, let's make it a public property right here. So let's say public user, and then from here we are going to say this, then the user, and then that will be the same user that will be used down here. All right, so here it will be this, then user, then you are going to access the ID. So that will reduce the headache of getting the logged in user. So we are going just to use this the public key property that we've created. So now let's wait for that autoload. Okay, so this is done. Now if you go back here, you can be able to publish the configuration files for the toaster. So if you like to, you can just run that command and it will just publish that configuration file in your configuration directory. So you can just see from config, then you can see the toaster right here, and then you can change the accessibility alignment. So you can see this is now on the bottom, but you can change it to middle or top, and then you can just make it closable. So now by default it is closable, so you can just change it to true or false. The duration, you can see the minimum duration, which is in milliseconds. You can add that or reduce it, it's up to you. The position, now it will be bottom, then right, which is this side, and you can see the replacement, suppress and translate. You can just do that in your configurations. So now the next step is to add this in your layout. So let's go to the layout of our application, which is the layout of our patient. So let's go here to components. Okay, components, then layout. Okay, here we have the sidebar here, and we have the header. So let's go to that headers. So from here we can just go back to the sidebar, because here in sidebar, as you can see, here is when the slot is. So from here, let me just add it down here. So here we have the toaster, and then you need to add this in your app.js. So add this one in your app.js. So let me copy that, and let's go to app.js, and then paste it there, right? And then this is the one that we should add in your tailwind.config.js. But for now, as Tailwind 4 was released, this was changed. As you can see, this application is using Tailwind version 4. So from here you can just see from here. So Tailwind is version 4. So that's why in our application you don't see the tailwind.config.js file. So to make sure that this works, you are supposed to add it in your app.css file. So from here we are going to add it in this format. So to add it, let me just go back here. Alright, and then let's copy this, and then let's go back here, and here you need to make sure you start with the source, right? And then you paste the code. But here, as you can see, this is how other files access their files. So we need to add the same path, so like that way, and then we're going to have something like this. So this one, I guess this will work just fine. So now let's go and test if this works. So after doing that, now you can be able to do some other configuration, but this is how you are going to use, or you are going to dispatch your toasters. So now let me close this one, and then let's go to the appointments. And now from here, let me just okay, let's refresh again and see. Alright, so now we are going to test it on cancel. So let me go to my appointment, and then on cancel here, after deleting the appointment, now let's show the toaster, and then let me import it. Alright, now I'm going to say appointment cancelled successfully. Alright, and now let's go back and try it. Okay, now let's try to delete or cancel this appointment. Now let's say yes. Okay, so nothing has shown on our side. So now let's see from npm run dev right here. Okay, so this says the source path must be quoted. Okay, now let's see on app.css. This is not commented as we expect. Oh, we didn't terminate this one, so let me terminate that first. So you can see this is now fine. Now let's see. Here we don't have any error. Now let's go back to the appointment booking, and now let's try to book again. Now, okay, now you can see we have booked me, and let's try to cancel. Now let's check if the toaster will be shown right here. So you can see the toaster has been shown, but it just disappears as when the page will be redirecting. So now let me just do these changes. So first of all, I'll remove this navigate to true, and then what I'm going to do next, instead of this to be shown on this right side, I want to make it to show me on the left side so that we can see if that is working. And also I'm going to add another one on booking component. So I'm going to say toaster, then toaster, this should be toaster, and import that, and then we are going to say doctor details on this one, on selected that dot. So that will be showing the details of that appointment. So now let's go back and check it, how it works. So now let's go back here, and now let's try to book it again. Then this time, now you can see the time has been shown, and here also we need to remove this one. So leave it that way, and now let's go back here, and now let's try to book again. So let's try this time, and now you can see appointment with the doctor. This one was created successful. So now let's try to cancel. Now you can see appointment cancelled successful, and you can cancel that toaster. So now that works just as we expected. So now let's work on the rescheduling. So to work on the reschedule, so now let's go to the repository, which is this one, and now let's go to this reschedule form, which was the component for rescheduling. So you can see this is the component that we are going to use on reschedule. So now let's create that component. So we are going to create it inside the appointment directory. So let's go to this terminal right here. Let me clear it. Then PHP artisan make Livewire. Then patient, then slash appointments, then slash the name of our component, which will be reschedule form, Okay, so now you can see this is our reschedule form that has been created inside the appointments. And now here, let me just copy this component so that we can fasten this operation. So now let's copy that up to, that is fetch available dates, fetch time slots, send appointment, and up to here. Okay, now let's go here and paste it. Now this send appointment notification, I'll just comment for now, and then I'm going to show you in a minute how to do that. Now let's import the rest of the classes. So import the carbon, import the doctor schedule. Okay, let's go up here, and then the user. Okay, so now that's fine. Okay, now let's go back here and navigate to this form, and now let's search for that form, the reschedule form, which will be this one. So this is our reschedule form. Now let's copy it, and now let's paste it here. All right, and then now let's see where we are going to get some errors so that we can change. So here you can see we have doctor user, so change it to user. Okay, now let's see if we got any issue right here. I guess now let's try again so that this should work. So now on my appointments here on the reschedule, I was having this which is the conditions, but we are going to remove for other users. So let's just remove that one, because now we have only one user that is using this dashboard, so or this page. So now we need to be able to go to this reschedule. So now this path, the one that we should create, so let's just make it reschedule, then the appointment ID. So now let's go to web.php, and now let's create that path or route. So route, then get, then reschedule, then appointment ID, then the reschedule form, then that will be reschedule. So now that path is found now. So now let's keep it that way, and then now let's go back to the page, and now let's try to navigate to that reschedule page. So now let's click reschedule. Okay, so the profile image, now let's go to that component. Let me close the one that I'm not using. So here on the reschedule, we need to change the one for profile image. So this path, we have updated it, so we need to update it whenever we use it. So it should be patient, then profile image, and then this should be ID. Okay, now let's go back here, and now you can see we have something like that. Refresh again, and now you can see, so this is the time and date that we have created that appointment, but here we can be able to switch the dates. So for example, if I can just change the time from 10. Let's say we want to update that from 10, let's say to 11. So now let's change that to 11 and then click OK. Okay, so this is for sending email. Now let's go to the reschedule form. Okay, so here it was supposed to send that notification. Now let's comment that one, and then let's remove this, and we are just going to have one redirection. So let me just remove the other, also this one, also this if condition, and here we are going to have the toaster. So toaster, then success, okay, so appointment with the doctor, this one on this date and this slot was updated. So now that is fine. Now let's remove the navigate through to remove the single page mode. So now let's, as you can see, the time was updated. Now let's change the date. Let's say we want to change from 5th of December, let's say. So this is on 12th of May. So we want to change from 12, let's say, to other available dates. So for example, we want to change it to 6, and then now let's select this time and then okay. So my appointments is not found, so that was the redirection. So this should be my appointments, like that way. And now let's go back here and refresh again, and now you can see the date has been updated and the updated toaster has been shown. So this is working just fine. So the user can be able to change their appointments. So you can see from here, as the date has been updated, the time has been updated, so we can just be able to change it again. So for example, we say we want to go back to let's say 13, and then on 9, and then you update, and then you can see it is on 9 on the 13th of May, and the type of appointment is live consultation. Okay, so here we don't have the update for appointment type, so you can just add that because we already have that in your booking component, so it will be easier for you to add that. So I'll just leave it that to you guys so that you can be able to add this option to select the appointment type. So for now, because we have already been able to update, meaning to reschedule and cancel, on this, the starting of the live consultation meeting, I'll not do it because I've already done that on my previous video. So I recommend you guys to go back and check the video that I'm going to share the link with you guys on the video description. So now the video start, I'll just comment it because I don't want to deal with that on this video. So let me just comment that like this way, and then it will be like that way. And now we remain only with the reschedule and then cancel. Okay, so now after being able to do that, let's go back to the doctor. So let's go to the doctor side, which is this way. But now from the doctor, as you can see, we have the same login page as the one that the user has, but we want to change this because if we go to the filament page of the doctor, I mean the filament provider for that doctor panels. So let me just show you. If you go to app, then providers, filament, then doctor panel, here you don't see the login being enabled from here. So here we can just be able to add the login. So let me just say login. Okay, so that way, and then if we go back here and refresh again. Now if we visit the doctor, and boom, now you can see we have this login page, which is the same as the one for the super admin. So the admin, if you log out, you can see it has the ability to see this form. So also the doctor now can be able to see this form. After doing that, now let's try to log in as a doctor. Okay, so now from here you can see, so if we visit to appointments, and now from appointments, now you can see we have the doctor ID, patient ID, appointment date, appointment time, we have the status, you can see it is incomplete, and we can be able to view or edit. So for example, the doctor can be able to view the appointment. So you can see, so here we need to update these two fields because the doctor only need to see the patient ID and not the doctor ID, because that the doctor that has been logged in will be responsible for that appointment. So only that the appointment that belongs to that doctor are the one that will be shown to that specific doctor. So here, if we go back to that resource, which is appointment resource, here we need to make sure that the doctor will only see the details that belong to that specific doctor. So to do so, and make sure you have opened the resource from the doctor directory, because here in the filament you can see we have two directories. We have the doctor, which will be specific for doctors panel, and then this will be specific for admin panel. So now let's go to the doctor, then appointments, and then from the table here we need to fetch only the details or the appointments that are dependent to this or dependent to this doctor. So we are going to use this function called the modify query using, then we are going to have the function. Now from here I'm going to update this query. So here we are going to say where the doctor ID, so doctor ID will be with the doctor ID of the logged in user, so that when the doctor will log in, that is the list or the data that is going to see. So now if we go back here and if you refresh, you will see, so this is the doctor. Okay, and now let's go back here and check. Oh, so this should not be authenticated user. So now let's use that here to get the doctor. So what we can do, we can just say doctor so doctor ID can be get from doctor, then where the user ID, so import that one. So where the user ID will be the ID of the logged in user, then we are going to get the first, then we are going to get the ID, and then that is the data that we are going to use here. So we are going to say doctor ID, so this should be doctor ID. All right. Okay, so here it gives us error because here when you define it here, it becomes out of the context of this function. So what we are going to do, I'll just remove this up here, and then from there it will be accessible right here. So now let's go to the view and refresh again, and now we can see we can be able to see the appointments. So now, for example, let's book an appointment with the other doctor, which is not that first doctor. So for example, here we just only see this doctor. Why? Because if we log into the super admin side and see the list of doctors, you can see we have this one and this one, but here you can see only the first one is featured, so that's why that doctor is shown here. So let's make all the doctors to be featured so that they can be seen from that page. Okay, so it's featured. Let's check that one, and then let's add the hospital name, and then save again. Let's go back to the doctors list, and then also let me just add that one, and then let's go back here, refresh, and then now you can see we have 2 doctors here, and you have the explorer more. So let's go to this doctor, and now let's try to book an appointment. Now let's see, the doctor is available on Monday from this time up to this one, so let's book for this one, and then now you can see we have this appointment on that specific time that we have booked. So now let's go to the doctors list and refresh again, and now you can see we only have 2 appointments, but here you have 3 appointments, meaning that the doctor will only see the specific details that is supposed to see. All right, so that is how it will be easy. But if you go to the admin will see only, all the available appointments on the system right now. Okay, so now this is the doctor, and then this is the admin. Okay, so you can see that is a super admin, and then this is a doctor. All right, so now let's change this one to show the doctor, the patient name. So from here we are just going to say patient, then name. We have that relationship on our appointment. Let's see, we have patient, which belongs to user, so I guess that will work for us. Now let's refresh again, and now you can see that is the name of the user. If we go to the super admin, now let's refresh again. Okay, so on the super admin, now we need to change that here on the resources, then appointment. Here we need to change that to name, so give that label to be sortable, but let me remove this, and also this one the same way here. Remove that one, so let's make that label searchable and also sortable. Right, so now let's refresh again here, and now you can see we have the patient name, but this doctor name is only usable on the admin side, so we need to make this one also show the name of the doctor. So on admin side, so this is the doctor, so we don't need to show that. So on doctor we can just show it, but we can just make it tuggable. So let me just say this name, and then remove that and add the label so that it can be searchable. And now let's refresh again on doctor's side. Okay, so this should add the so we need to say doctor user then name, refresh, and now you can see the name of the doctor. And now let's copy the same thing and make it here, but on the doctor's side we need to make that to be toggable. So we are going to say this should be a toggable field, and then we are going to say is toggable hidden by default. Then we are going to say true, and then refresh. Now you can see it has gone, so the user can be able to show it from here. So that is when you are going to see the name of the doctor, but if you uncheck, it will be gone. So this will be nice. And now let's go back here. Right, so since our patient can be able to book the appointment with their doctor by booking an appointment right here, so they can be able to select an appointment type and select the available date, so that they can be able to see the time slot, and after that they can create their appointments. So we have seen in our previous session how we are going to create these appointments. So now, since admin and doctor use Filament PHP as their admin panels, as you can see from here, so this is a super admin and this one is the doctor. So we may be able to use the Filament PHP notifications so that we can be able to send the database notifications, so that before the doctor can see the emails, they can be able to see the notification through the Filament PHP notifications. So if you go to Filament PHP documentation, you will find this section for notifications. So there is this installation part. So I'm going to use that to install Filament notifications. So I'm going to my project through the terminal, and then I'm going to install notifications. So now I'll let that to be done, and then we will continue. Alright, so this is done. Now let me clear my terminal again. And then if you go back to the documentation, so if you want to install the package assets, you will be required to run this command. But because I just want to add this in my Filament PHP only, so on my patient side I will not show any notifications. So after being able to install the package, I will not publish this notification, package assets, so I'll just leave it that way. So now the next step, I'll go to database notifications, and from here you need to make sure you create notification table by using this command. So let's create that command. So let's create that table. So now let's run PHP @migrate. Okay, after having the table, now the next step will be to allow the notification model to the panel, so to the admin panel and to the doctor's panel. So now let's add that in our Filament PHP admin panel and doctor's panel. So to add that, you need to go to the providers, Filament, then admin provider. Then from here, I'm going to add the database notifications, and then the same way to doctor panel, I'll add the database notifications. And after adding that, if you go back to the doctor or admin and you refresh, you will see the notification bell from here. So as you can see, this is the notification bell that we are going to use to show notifications. And after being able to see that the notification bell from super admin and doctor, means from now onward we can be able to publish this notification to the database. So now the next step will be to send the database notification. So as you can see, this is the first way of using the Fluent API, but also you can use the notify method. So you can use this method or this one. So I'll just use this method, which I believe will be the easiest one. So let's copy that. And now on our booking appointment component, from here I'm going to perform the following changes. So the first one, I'll create the two public properties. So the one will be recipient doctor, then I'll have recipient admin, because we only notify the admin and the doctor. Okay, after that, in our mount function, I'm going to get the recipient admin, so I'll say it will be user where role equals to admin, then I'll get the first user. But here on the doctor, I'll just change this where condition. So I'll say it will be, I'll get that from doctor details. So from doctor details here, we can just say where ID will be equals to this, then doctor details, then user, then ID, then we are going to get the first user. So now if I try to dump those data, so for example, if I dump the doctor, so now when the user will visit the booking appointment page and then visit the book appointment, now you can see we get the details for that specific doctor, as you can see. All right, so if you visit this one, you will see the details for that specific doctor. So now, after having those data, then here, after being able to book an appointment, so when we will show the toaster, before showing the toaster from here, I will just send an appointment. So to do so, I will just use the approach from here. So I'll just do the following. So I'll paste it there. So the first step, we import the notification from Filament. So Filament notification, then notification. And then from here, our recipient will be an array. So it will be an array of doctor, recipient, and the admin recipient. Why? Because if you see this send recipient, it accepts the array. So you can just pass down the array of authenticatable model. So the authenticatable model for our application is user. So that's why from up here on our mount, we get the models from user. Okay. So after doing so, here you can just update the message. So here you can say on the title, you can say new appointment, and then on the body, we can say a new appointment has been booked by this user. Okay. So we can just yeah, so that will be fine. Then the selected date and time slot, so that will be perfect for us. So now what we are going to do next is to try this out and see if that works as we expected. So now let's go back to the user, and now let's try to book an appointment. This is our patient. So now let's see the time slot, then book on this date and this time. Now book. Okay, so now you can see this is the appointment that has been created. Okay, so now let's go to the admin, and now let's refresh and see if this will work. Okay, now in order for us to be able to receive a notification from here, if you go back to the notification documentation, you will see here Laravel sends database notifications using the queue. Ensure your queue is running in order to receive the notifications. So in order for us to be able to receive notifications, we need to run php at some queue, then work. Okay, now let's go back and try again to create another appointment. Now let's create another appointment. Okay, so now we've created that appointment, and now let's see on queue jobs. Now see you have nothing. Now let's go back to the admin. Now you can see we have one notification. Now let's go to the doctor, and this is doing polling. So after a certain amount of time, this will show the notifications. But for now, let me just refresh because I don't want to wait again. So the appointment was to this doctor, but now the doctor that has login is not the same, so that's why you can see no notification has been published. So now let me log out and log in as the specific doctor that is supposed to receive the notification. So now let me log in as this doctor. Try this one. Okay, now you can see here we have the notification. So you can see the notification was published 1 minute ago, and here you can mark as red. You can see a new appointment with the doctor. This one on this way was created. So this was the notification that we published from this side, and it has been shown on admin, you can see, and also it has shown on doctor's side, and it is shown to only specific doctor. All right, so now as you can see here, the notification, the user can be able to clear or to mark all as read. But if you want to make this to be, when you click it to mark it as read, you need to add this here. So let me just show you. So you can see here the polling for new database notification is done by, you can change it to, let's say, to 30 seconds. By default is 30 seconds, so you can change it to more, or you can disable the polling. Okay, and if you want to mark the database notification as read, so when you are publishing the notification, you need to add this action, and then you need to say send. So when you add those, the notification will have those functionality, so that when you click it, it will be published and it will be marked as read. Okay, so for example, let me just show you. Okay, so let's go to the code, and from here we want to add those action. So let's go to filament documentation, let's copy this action, and now in our notification publishing functionality here, I want to add that action, and then this one you should import it as filament notification action. Now let's add it here. Okay, and here I don't want to make this button, so I'll just remove this from being a button. So the action should read as mark as read. Okay, so it will be like that way. And now let's go back to the patient and try to create another appointment. Okay, so from here let's go back to here, and then let's book an appointment. Now let's book for this time. Okay, so you can see the appointment has been created. Now let's go to the admin, refresh, and now you can see we have new notification and we have the mark as read, and here from doctor, now you can see it has been pulled, and now you can see the new appointment has been created, so we can mark as read. So if we click that, you can see it has been marked as read, and you can see from the doctor you don't see new notification, so it is just there. But from the admin, you can see still we have the notification. So that's how easy you can just do the functionality for publishing the notifications, so the doctor can see the real-time notifications, that are database notifications that you can add through this section on your Filament PHP application. So now the next step before going to publishing the emails, I want to perform some changes. So the first thing, I want to change these icons of the sidebar, and then I'm going to add the dashboard widgets to the admin and to the doctor. And then the next step will be to add the dashboard for the patient to see the statistics of the appointment that they have created, so that you can see the pending appointment, the complete, and the latest appointment that they have created. Also, I'm going to do this page. I'm going to perform one more changes to see all our doctors, so that the user can be able to see all doctors, including the featured and non-featured doctors. And when you click this one, it's the same as it should redirect you from here. So when you click this one, now you can see all doctors is not working. The same way to this way, you can see all doctors is not working. So we are going to work on that after we've been able to change these icons. So now let's change the icon and add the widgets to the admin and the doctor's side. So now let's start with by changing the icons. So for appointments, I'm going to use, so this icon, use the hero icons. So now let's use the hero icons, and then for the appointment, I'm going to use the calendar. So let me just use this calendar. So to change the icon, now you can go to resource, resource. So now we are on admin side. So on appointment resource, here you can see this is the icon that is used now. Now let's change that one to calendar. And if you go back to the admin and refresh again, now you can see here the appointment has been changed, so the icon has been updated. Now let's change for the doctors. So for the doctors, now let's search for user, then I'm going to use this user with the cycle. So doctor resource, now let's update the icon. So I'm going to change all of them. So for that, I'm going to use again the calendar. So I'm going to change just another type of calendar. So for the patient, I would like to use this one. And then prescription, I'll just say so you can just change those according to your needs. And then for users, I want to use this one. And then for specialty, okay, so this was for the admin, so I'll just redo it for the doctor. Okay, after that, let me just close these resources. And now if we go back to admin, refresh, and now you can see all the icons have been updated. The same way, if we visit the doctor's side, you can see all the appointment, the icons have been updated. So you can just change when you visit the active icon, you can change the icon. So meaning that when you visit this, the active will change, and when you visit again, you will see this will be updated. So you can just do that through the documentation here on the filament. So now let's go and add the widgets on our pages. So to do so, let me just go to the widgets, and I will start by adding the stats widget. So let me just add the stats widget, and then I'm going to start to add on both sides, so from the admin and then from doctor. So let me stop the queue work, and now let me just create the stats overview widget. So then I'll start from admin, and then I'm going to redo it to the doctor's panel. Okay, and now let me clear it, and now we have widgets, and this one will be for the admin, and then for the doctor it will be inside here. So this will be for the doctor, and this one will be for the admin. So now to show the widgets, I'll just add the start. So we start with the admin. So now we have to make, and now let's say, for example, if you want to add, you can just check here from the documentation. So you can add the description icon, you can add the color and everything like that. So now I will just generate that. So I'll just say total users, and then now here you should show the value from here. So the value should be, let's say from now, let me just put something like that. And now let me just generate another stat. So now we will change that, instead of having the post, so we can just say, let's say doctors. So total appointments. Okay. And then now if you go back to admin on the dashboard and refresh, now you can see this is how it looks like. So now let me just try to add the real data. So we are going to see the number of users, total number of doctors, total patient, and total number of appointments. So now let me just do that. So the total number of users, so we are going to get the user, then count. And now if you go back here and refresh, you can see the total number of users. And now then let's see the total number of doctors. So I'm going to say doctors, then count. So in our doctor, we don't have the status, let's say for the active and not active. So you can just use that one because we don't have any other filtering data. So after doing so, let's check for the patient. So this is the simplest way of doing this, but you can just add more and more functionality. Okay. So now this will be the real data for here. So you can see the total number of appointments, total number of patients, and you can just change the icons. So let's say, for example, for number of doctors, you can just say user cycle. Total number of patients, you can just say user group. Okay, so now that's how easy we've just added the appointment, the widgets on admin side, but also you can add the, let's say, the chat widgets. For example, we can just add the chat widget. Let's say we can just say number of patients chat, and then let's add it on admin first. So we are going to use the line, and now let's add it on doctors panel. Now let's add number of appointment. Okay, so now in order for that to work as we expected, you can just use this way. Let me just show you. We can use this package. This one, which is called the Laravel trend. So let me just install that. So this package will help you to simplify the how you are going to populate the data on your charts. So it will be easier like this way. Okay. So now let me while it is installing. Okay. So while it is generating the outload file, let me just update this charts. So now let me start with the number of appointments, and now I'll just copy this. and I'll just update some of the data. So let me just paste there, and then this should change to appointment, and then these others will import in a minute. So now let me just copy again and update the number of patient, and this should be patient. So this should go also to here, import that, and then for number of appointments, let's just copy this one and paste it here, and then import the appointment. Now let's check if the outload is done. So this is done, and now let's import all of the classes. So trend and trend value. Then same way we are going to do here. Okay, so now that is done. Now what we are going to do, let's change these datas. So for example, this is number of appointment. So we are going to say, let's say number of appointments number for patients, and then here it will be patients. The same way here. And now if we go back to the super admin and refresh again, okay, so on the admin side now you can see we have number of appointments. So you can see the appointments on this date, I mean month, because here the appointments have been grouped per month. So you can change that. Let's say you can just say per week. So you can just group them, let's say per day, per hour, per minute, per month, and that will work just fine. So you can change that to, let's say, per week. You can change that to any way that you want. So I'll just leave it to per month. So you can just see from here, just to show you. So on this month, you can see we were having only one appointment, and then on this month of May, we have 4 appointments, but in the number of patients on the admin side, we have one issue. So let's see, number of patients. So here it should be, let's see, because on admin side, on doctor, this is working. So let's see from here. So let me just copy this. Okay, so now we can see the number of appointments and the number of patients. So I've just updated that one. So now let me just update this again. So it should be number of patients. So it will be like that way. Okay, and all of these widgets use polling method in order to show the these details. So they are doing polling, so you can just change the time they are using to do polling. Okay, so to do so, you can just change it from here. So you can just check from widgets. So you can just check here, say polling. So you can just use this way, let's say, to change the number of seconds the widget use. So you can just update, let's say, to 60 seconds. So meaning that widget will delay than others. So you can just change that according to your need, or you can just disable it completely by using null. Okay. The same way to the issue of less loading. So you can just change the icons, the widget to not do the less loading, or you can just add the heading and description for the widget. So for example, if I add this one here, so let's do this way, and then now if we go back to the dashboard, okay, let's see, this should be on start. So let me just add it on here. Now let's see. Okay, so on start you can see the description is shown as here. Okay, so now this step has been done. So you can just add the more details or other widgets, and you can be able to filter them. So that will be on another video. I'll just create a video dedicated to show how you're going to deal with these filament widgets. So for now, I believe this is done. So now let's go to the next step, which was to go back to this patient, and the patient to be able to see the list of all doctors by clicking this page, so that when you go here, before you book an appointment, you can be able to see that list of doctors that has been added here on admin side. Okay, now so let's deal with the dashboard of the patient to show the statistics for the appointments, and then we are going to show the latest appointment that the user has created. So let's do that in a minute. So we start by creating the components. So let me close all of these files. Okay, now we are going to create that statistics inside the patient. Then we are going to create dashboard. So it will be PHP @sun make Livewire, then patient, then dashboard, then our component which is called the statistics, and then we are going to create another one for latest appointment. All right, after adding those two components, I will just do the following. On latest appointment, what I'm going to do, I'll just copy my appointments functionality, so let me just copy up to here. So import the toaster and other classes. And then after that, here on rendering the appointments, there will be a change. So let me just first copy this. Okay, and then here we are going to add another function called the latest, and then I'm going to limit, let's say, to only 5 appointments, 5 latest appointments that will be created. So I'll just limit there. Okay, then after that, I'm going to add this component to my dashboard. So now on our patient side, as you can see, this is the dashboard. So now let's add that component here. So this is our dashboard. So now let's add that component right here. And now okay, now I forgot to add the values, I mean the codes for the page. So now let's go back to here on appointments, then my appointments, then let's copy this and then let's paste it to latest appointments. And now if we go back here, now we are going to see the appointments as we expected. Okay, but it will be limited to only 5. So that's how it looks like. Okay, so now in this latest appointment, we can just remove the pagination because we don't want to show the paginated data, because we have only limited them to 5, so that even the pagination will not affect our data. So now let's add the statistics here. So now let's go back to the dashboard, and up here we are going to add the statistics. So Livewire, then dashboard, then statistics. Okay, so now on the statistics, if we go back to the repository of the previous project, now you can see we have this statistic component. So let me just open the component class first, and from here we are just going to show the upcoming and the complete appointment. So let me just copy these two, and then let's go to statistics. And then we have the mount function. Okay, so here we are going to have this upcoming and complete, and here we are going to check for, so this will only work if the user, in our user model we have the appointment relationship. So now let's check on the user. So here we don't have the appointment, so now let's add the appointment. So public function appointments. So actually the user has many appointment. So that will be the relationship that we are going to use. And now if we go back here and let's check for these statuses. So from appointment, now let's check from the database. So status, we have complete and incomplete. So let me just copy this one and update here. So status, we have complete and incomplete. So incomplete will be here and complete will be here. Okay, and also we need to add one more condition to check for appointment date and time. So here we are going to check for the appointment time if it's greater than or equal to now. So that will be termed as upcoming, but the different way or the other way around will be for the appointment date and time. If it will be less. So here we are going to change it to be less. Okay, so when it will be less, meaning that appointment is complete or it is already expired. So now let's go back here, and now on the statistics, let me just copy the view. So let me just go back here. And I'll copy this code and then I'm going to update it. So let me paste it here. And then we have the complete and the upcoming. So now let's remove all other cards. And now let's check it out. Okay, so this will not work because in appointment we have used the patient ID and not user ID. So to do so, what we are going to do, let's go to user model and let's add the relationship with the patient. So public function patient. So now if we go back here, so let's add the patient. And now let's try again. Okay, now on the view, remove the end if because we don't have any if condition. And now you can see the upcoming appointment and the complete appointments. Now let's check again. So the upcoming should actually show the upcoming appointments. So you can see all of these are upcoming appointments. So this one has been complete. So let's check. Okay, so this is on this time. This is already done. Now let's see why. Alright, so now this is how the appointment statistics will look like. So now you can be able to add last month, last week, and everything that you can do in order to make these filter weights. So now let's go back to this page where I wanted to show how to get the full list of your doctors. So when the user will click here or click here, to be able to see the list of all doctors. So now let's start by creating that component. So it will be so we just want to create it here. So let me just create that component. So to just say all doctors. Okay, so from here, let's go back to the repository. And now let's search for all doctors. So here it's just to render the doctors with their specialties. Here the relationship with user. Now let's import that. Then from here, let's search for that component. Now let's copy that. And after that, let's add this to the web route. So it will be all doctors. Okay, so after adding that, now let's optimize our application. Okay, after that, now let's go back and refresh again. And now you can see we get this error. So now let's cross-check the all doctors page. Okay, so let's update this profile image. And now from here you can see you have this list of doctors, and you can see all the doctors has been shown as we expected. Okay, so now the user can be able to book an appointment with any of these doctors. Okay, so you can see, so that will work just fine. Okay, so here you can see we have this badge. You can see, so this doctor is featured, this one is featured, but this one is not featured. So that's all about this, because now you can continue to do booking appointment as before. So for example, you can just do the appointment, but unfortunately this doctor has no any schedule. So when the admin or the specific doctor will add the schedules, so that the user can be able to see the available dates and days, so that the user can be able to book an appointment. So now we have already, right, so let's finish up with the functionality of sending email to doctor and the admin when the appointment will be created. So to do so, let me just start by making that happen in booking component. So from here, we have this data for sending the email, but we don't have the functionality for sending email, I mean the mailer class. So to do so, let's start by creating the mailer class. So let's go to Laravel and then search for mail. So I want to generate the mailer with the markdown. So this will be the way or the command that you are going to use to create the markdown for your mailable classes. So now we are going to create the one for appointment creation. So let's just say appointments, then create, let's say created, and then we are going to say appointment created. Now let's create that mailer, and then we are going to have the one for updated. And we are going to have the one for cancel. Alright, so now the next step will be to edit those mail class. So here on app, you'll see there is new directory called mail that has been created, and here we have new classes for the cancelled, created, and updated. And now here, because on my previous video, as you can see here, I was just sending the mails directory. So now what I want to do, I want to queue these mails so that they will not interfere with user other functionalities. So now let me just uncomment this, and also this one. So then we need to create this function, which is called the send appointment function. So let's copy that from our repository. So let's go back to the repository. So now let's go to booking component. Now let's find the send appointment notification function, which is this one. Now let's copy it. Now let's paste it here. Now let's import this one, because now we have changed that to appointment created. This one is for created. And then import the mail. Okay. So here, what we are going to change. Now let's first start by updating this one, because here, as you can see, this will be the data that will be passed down to this appointment mail. So for the admin, it will be sent to this mail. So I'll change that one to my mail so that we can see exactly the sample mail, but I'll not show you guys my email, so I'll just send it behind the scene. So then after that, let's go and update these mailable classes, because now they are blank. So now let's copy the functionality from here. So now let's check for appointment created. So let's check, and here, as you can see on the constructor, you need to pass down the data that we've passed down there. So on the constructor, we are going to accept the appointment data that was passed down from here. Okay, now we are going to accept that, and we are going to save it in a public key. I mean this will be the public property that you are going to create inside your class. So here you can just create it like that way, and then that will be the one that will accept that parameter, and we are going to set it on this class. And then here we have the build, and then on the build here, what we are going to do here, down here we can see we don't have the build function because this is the new way. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this build, and then what I'm going to do here on content, I'm going to paste this one, and then I'll just change the path of mailable, which is a markdown, and then I'm going to remove this one. Okay, so that's how easy the appointment created mail should be sent. But in order for this to work out, we need to implement the should queue so that this mail will be queued. And then in order for that to be queued, here it is not supposed to be sent, it should be queue. Okay, so after doing that, this mail will be sent to our admin. So I'll just update that one, and then also I'm going to update the mails for the doctor and for the patient. So I'll just update those, and then we are going to see how to send that mail in a minute. So here is for the patient, and this one is for the patient name and patient mail, so the doctor mail. So we are going to update those from our database, and then I'm going to show you how they will be sent to all of our users. Now let's update the rest of the mails. So let's go to updated. So it will be the same way, just if you come back here, updated, and then you are going to say you are going to have the public appointment data. So it will be the same thing, and then you are going to have the constructor that accepts the appointment data, and then you are going to have the build method. So let me copy the build method, and then this should be mail. So that is inside the mails. So it is mail, not mails. Then a dot, then the appointment, then we have the updated. Okay, so that's how we are going to do also for the cancelled. Okay, so now this is done, and now we need to make sure that whenever we are sending the mail, we should use the queue and not send. Okay, now let me update this one, and then I'll show you how to do that in a minute. All right. Okay, so after updating the mails, now let's go back here, and now let's try to book an appointment. And as we expected, we have queued these mails, So if we queue, we expect after creating an appointment, so this will be sent from here. So it will trigger this function, which will be calling this one, and then this one will send mail to our users. And remember to do a setup in your .env file for your mail. I'll not show you that. And now let's go to the patient, and now let's do a appointment booking. Now let me book for this date and this time. Okay, so now let's go to the jobs table and see if we have any jobs. So you can see we have these jobs, and you can see the first three are for the mail. So you can see here, this is for the mail. So what we are going to do, in order for us to be able to receive those mails, let's run the queue. So PHP at some queue work. We need to have the queue work here. So this one. So appointment created is running. So you can see it has been sent. Also the database notifications has been published. So now if I go and open my mail, so let me just open that one. Alright, so here on the admin side, you can see I've received this mail. And as you can see from here, I've just updated the mail view. So here you can see these are the details for the appointment. So you can see created is successful. The details will be this way, and the type and everything that you need to do, the name of the doctor, patient, and the admin. You can see you have received this mail. So you can see that's how easy we can do that. And also we need to check it from, this will be the patient. So you can see the patient also received the mail, but also the doctor. Let me just open on the doctor's side. Okay, on doctor's side, you can see also this notification has been received, but also you can see from the system the doctor received these notifications. So you can see these are the notifications, so you can mark them as done or as read, and everything will be working as we expected. So now you can see the appointments and everything work just as we expected. So this is how I updated the created blade.php file inside our mail. Appointment then created. So now because that was done, so we need to update the same way to the updated and also to the cancelled. So let me search for updated. So we'll copy that, and then on updated, let's update that, and then let's search for cancelled. So this was for cancelled. Let's copy that, and then let's update this one. And then here we have some things to check. Okay, in order for this to work out, so we are going to say doctor, and then here admin. Okay. So we will update this one to contain the rows. So here is on updated. So now let's call this updated when we update the appointment. So when you reschedule the appointment, over here, appointment reschedule. So we have this mail data. Okay, and then we need to send the email, but we don't have this function, so let's call that function. Right, so it is right here. So let's just uncomment it, and then let's import these classes, and then change this send queue. Import the mail. And here we receive the update appointment data as we have done in our previous class. And here you can see here this is the one that we have updated. So recipient role. So let's check if that is given from here. Recipient role, from reschedule recipient role we have it. So that we believe that will work as we expected. Now from here, so from here you can also show the database. That database, you can add the database notification, but I'll just leave it for you guys to add it. But for now, I'll just send the email, and that's how you are going to send the email for appointment. And then from here, let me just show you. So this mail will have the old appointment details and the new appointment details. So that will be the difference between this one and the created that. And then for the cancelled, so this is the one you can see, this is for the cancelled, and the cancelled is only found in my appointments. So let's see from my appointments here. We have the appointment detail. Let's uncomment that and then change this one. And here you have to define the cancelled by and those data. So to add those data, for example, from here, if you go to all appointments, you see, to get the cancelled by, you are getting like that way, and here we need the cancelled by details, then role. So what we are going to do is to have something like this, and let's paste it here. And then those errors will be gone. And now let's uncomment this function. and then import the mail, and then import the mailable class, and then import, change this one to Q, alright, and then after that you may start to test the functionality. So I'll just change this one. And then after that, now let's try to cancel one of the appointments. So let's go to dashboard. And then from here, we want to, let's say, to cancel this appointment. Now let me try to cancel it. And then so the appointment was cancelled successfully. Right now you can see they cancelled the confirmation here. You can see cancelled by this user. So you can see the details and everything. So you can update the appointment details and the email will be sent to user. And as you can see, all the mails are sent through queue. So this enables the user to not be interfered. So when they will click cancel, then they will continue with the other activities. So that's all for this video. So for the next session, I'm going to show you how to add the articles. So for example, let me just show you from here. If we go back here, you can see we have the option to go to articles, and down here you see we have the featured articles. So these articles will be added by the doctor. So we'll have the option for this doctor to add the articles. So let me start to do that by creating the model. So let me start by creating the model for that. So let me stop the queue, and then let's start by creating the model. So let me close these other files. So PHP artisan make model, then I'll call it article. All right, and now so we are going to the name, the title, author, category, image, and I guess that's enough. So on author, this should be a foreign ID, and this should be constrained to users. Okay. And we need to have also the status. Let me just say table, then enum. So we have the draft and the published. Then I'm going to have the views, the number of views, and also the number of likes. So I'll just leave it that way. Okay. And then you can add the comment and everything, but for now I'll just perform the functionality to see the views and only the likes. So for the comment, you guys can be able to perform it on your time. So I'll just leave it that way. And then now let's go to the model and add the content. So we have the author, and here we don't have the comments, so let me remove that one. And here we have the title, content, author, category, image, status, views, and likes. So that's all that we need. And now let me just migrate the database so that table can be created. So migrate. So that's our new table that we have created. So if I go back here, we have new table called the article. So you can see on structure we have ID, title, content, author, category, image, status, views, likes, and those two fields that has been created. So now let's create the resource so that the doctor can be able to see the category, the articles. So PHP @ make filament resource. Then the name of the model is article. Then we are going to give the flag so that it can generate the forms and tables automatically. And now we need the generate and also the view. So let me make sure this is article. So this is article. Now let's start by adding it on admin. And now let's add it on doctor side. Then let me clear it. And now let's go to the doctor. Okay, in order for that to be reflected, now let's optimize our system. So PHP @ optimize. Okay, so now let's go to the views and refresh. Alright, so now you can see here we have the articles. So let's open the articles. Alright, so here you can add a new article. And then from here you can see we can add the title, content. So we need to change this one to be a text editor with so let me just show you. We are going to add the text editor and then the author, category, and then status, and these will be automatically generated. We are only going to add the image, so these two will hide it from here. So let's go to the article resource, and this is on doctor's side. So we'll start by hiding these two. So just remove them, and then the content we need to make it to be text editor. We can change that from here. You can see from the feeds we have this called the rich editor, so we can just use that field. So rich editor. Alright, and now if we go back here and refresh again, and now you can see the user can be able to add those content through this rich editor. And then the category, for right now the user can only be able to add it manually, but the status, let's make it to be selectable so that the user can be able to select different statuses. And then let's add the options. So the default will be draft, and now if you refresh again, okay, so for the default it will be draft. Okay, the author, that we can add it automatically. So right now this on doctor's side we can just remove it, but on the admin side we will make it be selectable. So for the doctor it will be like that way, And then what we can do, when we are saving this data, we will update and add the author for the logged in user. And then let me just show you that. So here, in order to add that functionality, so we are going to use the handle data creation or handle record creation. So let me just use that function, and then let me add it here, and then import the model. And then from here, we are going to update the data, and then here author, not author ID, that will be, let me just use the helper class. So auth, use the facade, then user ID. So that's how we are going to update the auth ID. And then the status, I believe we didn't add the archived, but you can just add the archived in your migration file, because remember here we have only draft and published, so you can just update that in order to have also the archived one. So for now, after adding that, let's also try and add a new article. So if I refresh again, okay, so let's add the data through this form filler, and then I'll just say draft, and then I'll okay, so let me just paste some data here. So I'll just paste some data from, so let me paste here some data. So this will be the data that I've created. So for example here, let me just say article 1 from doctor, and then I'm going to upload an image. So in order for the image uploaded to work out, we need to add the, or we need to say PHP artisan storage link. Okay, so now let's go back here and upload an image. So for example, I can upload any of these images. Okay, now let's save. Alright, so you can see now it has been saved. You can see the image, category, status, and the title here. So for now, if we go back here, here you can see we have the title, author, so we need to update that one to be the name, so that we can show the name of the user. Okay, so here the relationship between article is here. We have author, and then from user we have this one. So let's change this one, remove the numeric. Okay, so let me remove this one because we don't have the foreign key there. And now let's try to add here author.name. Okay, so it shows nothing. So this should be author ID. Okay, so here this will not work out for us because it will expect to have something like auth ID, which will be representing the ID from the users table. But here, what we have author instead of author ID. So by doing that, what we are going to do, let me just add a new migration. So I'll say PHP @ make migration. Then I'll say rename author in articles table. Okay, so here I'm going to say author will be renamed to auth ID, and then the auth ID will be a foreign that references ID on users table. Then on cascade we can delete that. So here I'm going to drop the column if exists. So we are going to drop if that exists, and here this will do what we want. So now let's run migration. So PHP @ migrate. Okay, so now if we go to the database, now you can see we have auth ID. So here let's update that on article, so it will be auth ID, and from here we can have author.name because that is what we have here. Okay, so now let's try again, and now we can see we have the name of the doctor here, right? And here we have the status. So let's give it some color on the status. Let's make it badge, and let's give it colors. So for the draft it will be danger, published success, and that will be warning. Now let's see. Yeah, so this is draft. You can see its color is danger, which is red, and you can see it has 0 views and 0 likes. So now what we need to do next, for the category, let's just give it to be a badge. Okay, so it will be like that way. And now we want to be able to show these articles to our pages. So now let's add another simple article, and let me add the image too. Okay, so now let's update the code from create article here. So this we have updated it to author ID. So now let's try to save again. Okay, so upload again. Now let's try to save. Okay, so now we can see it works as we expected. So now the next step is to show those articles here on the user's side. So from here we want to show the featured articles. So to add the featured articles means we need to have the field that is determining if the article is featured. So let's add the field. So we are going to say add is featured on articles table. Now here, let's add the is featured, which will be Boolean. So it will be is featured. By default, it will be false, and then it will add it after likes. And then here, we want to drop that column if already exists. So now let's migrate. And now let's see from the database. You can see we have the is featured field. And now in our article here, we need to add that in our form. So now let me just make it this way. Now this should be is featured. And now if we go back here and refresh again, so it's featured is added. So now let's go back here and let's edit the first one. And now let's make it featured. And then here we need to show only the featured articles, and then we are going to shuffle the values so that it will be fetched differently when you have more than 2 articles. So to do so, let's make sure this works as we expected, because we have this component for featured articles. So let's go with that component. We have featured articles, and then from here I will create that function. Let's say public function get featured articles. So we are going to get the articles that have is featured, and then we are going to say shuffle. Say get and then shuffle. Then we are going to get only, or to take only 2. Okay. So now before returning it here, let's make sure that we get the data that we want. So here we can say featured articles, and then here we can just say this, then featured articles will be equals to that. Then here we are going to return that featured articles. So before returning it, let's dump that data, and then let's see if we get the data. So here you can see we have an array, and we have this article that we have made it to be is featured. So now if we update also the other one, this one, if we update it to and make it featured and save, here we will get two articles. So here you can see from array we have two data. So we have model number 1 and model number 2. So now let's create the other new article. And then the content, I'm going to copy this content and I'm going to paste it here. And then I will make it featured to. And then this one I'll say featured article, because I want to show you how this works. So now from here, I will show you the titles. So this is the title of the first one, and the second one, it is this one. But if we refresh again, there is possibility that they will contain the other article. So you can see now it will start with the featured, and then here you can see. So that's how we are supposed to show the featured articles. So now let me just return it to be right this way. And now let's update this view. So here on the grid, we need to have the for each. So we are going to say, let's first check if else, and then we are going to check if count of featured articles is greater than 0. We are going to have each loop on else. We are going to show a message. So let's just say no article found. Okay. And now let's copy this card. Let's cut it and paste inside there for each row. And then this other card, let's remove it completely. And now you can see we have these two, means that the data that we have has been found. Now let's add this, the category. So here it will be article, then category. Now you can see the categories have been shown. Now let's show the title here. Then title. Okay, so you can see the titles. Refresh again. Now you can see it has changed. Refresh again, you can see it is changing. So that's what we wanted. Now let's update the image. So here on source, let's have the asset, because here on articles, on our resource, we didn't specify the disk. So let me specify the disk. So the disk will be public, then the directory will be articles, then I'll enable open. Okay, and then I'll present the file names. And now I want to update the images so that I can fetch them through this directory here in our articles. So let me just update that first. So let me start by updating this one. Okay, now let's save. Okay, now let's try to show that image here. So it will be storage, then /, then we are going to say articles, because we added the storage, so we can just use the storage URL here. So storage, then URL, then we are going to pass the article, then image, now let's see. Here you can see we have the image. This one has no image, the title, and we need to have the description here, but we need to truncate it. So let me just do this way. Article, then content, I believe that is content. Then we are going to limit it, so let's do this way. So let's say 5 words, and then the author, okay, now you can see here we need to show the image of the doctor. So we can do the same thing. So storage, URL, then we are going to have article, then author, then image, so this doctor, I'm not sure if I have the profile image. Now let me see from the admin. So the image is there. Okay, so this will not work because author, this is coming from user, but if you remember from doctor resource, this is stored in the doctor's model. So in order for that to be accessible here, we need to get the doctor details and not from author. So what we are going to do, from user ID, so let me go back here, from article, from featured articles here. Now let's get the doctor details. So here we are going to say doctor will be doctor where user ID will be featured articles, then I'll say author, but this should be in for each because we may have more than one article. So for each featured article is article. Now let me remove that. Okay, so instead of doing all of this, what we can do, we only need to check one thing. So let me just show you. From article model, here we have author, which refers on user, and then from user, we have the user, the doctor relationship. So we can just check it from it. So what we are going to do, instead of doing that, here we are going to say author image. Instead of image, we are going to say doctor, because here this will go to user, and then this one will reference that relationship with user with the doctor. Then we are going to get the image from doctor. So now if you refresh again, you can see the image is there. So you can see now we need to show the date here in this format. So let's just say article, then created at. Now we need to format this date. So here you can just use the format function. Okay, now let's remove this one. And now we can see the data has been formatted, and this description, let me just show you. Okay, so that's how you are going to escape those HTML content, so by using this way. Okay, so now when the user will click on any of this article like this way, we should redirect it to the page that show the article details. So to do so, let's create the page for that. So let's say PHP artisan make. then Livewire, then we are going to say article page. Alright, on that article page, I'm going to use one of the Preline UI component that is already created. So I'm going to examples, and then blog article. Then I guess this is fine. So I'll use this one, as you can see. So let's copy that and then paste it here. Okay, now when the user will click on article, here we are supposed to direct to article, then the article ID. So article ID. So let's create that route. So route get, then /article /ID, then article, the one that we have created is called the article page. Okay, and then now from here, what we are going to do, we are going to have the article ID, and then we are going to have the public function mount. Then we need to get that article from the article model. And then we are going to increment the views of that article, and then we are going to save. Okay, so if that article is not found, so let me just have an article here. Okay, so if that article is not found, we will show the article not found, but I will update this page, but for now let's just leave it that way. And now let's go back to the user and let's try to click on this. So it says that route is not found because we need to optimize our application. So PHP @ optimize. And now after optimization, now let's refresh again. Okay, now it says multiple root element has been found. Now let's go to that article page. And here we are supposed to have that div. So let's collapse some of the divs in the C. Okay, so what we are going to do, let's add here an outer div. So we'll do something like this, and then I'll paste it down here. And now let's refresh. And now you can see this is how it looks like now on article page. So you can see here we have the likes, comment and share. So I'll just work on the likes and also update the number of views. So now currently, if you visit here, you'll see this number of views is this one, because when you just visit an article here, we update we increment the number of views. So that's why you see the number of views has been incremented. So now we need to perform the functionality for showing the details of that article. So here we'll start by showing the name of the author. As you can see here, we have the name of the author, and we need to show the image, the date, and this I'll not perform this functionality, so you can just do it on yourself. So let me just start by adding the image of that author. So we are going just to copy it from featured article. So let me just copy this one. Okay. Okay, now let's have the article, then author, then name. Okay. Now the drop down card, we need to update the image too. And here the name of the author. So article, then author, then name. Here on the description, I mean the bio of the author, I'm going to use the bio from doctor. So I'll say article, then author, then bio. So this doctor has no bio. So if you go to the doctors table, so the bio is right there. So why it has not shown here? Here we call it bio. Let me see from here. Okay, so this should not be bio directory, should have the doctor, then bio. Now we have that bio down here. Okay, so here we need to show the number of articles. So we can just show the number of articles for that specific doctor. So you can just say article author. Okay, then on doctor, we need to have the relationship with articles. So let's go to the doctor. Now Now let's have public function articles. So one doctor can have more than one articles. So after adding that, then here we can have articles, then count. Now okay, so this should not be from doctor, so that should be only from user. So let's go to the user. Let me just cut this and move it to user. Okay, so we already have it. So now from article we have auth ID. So let's say author ID, and then let's try again, and now you can see it has worked. So here we will see that doctor has 3 articles. So the followers and follow functionality, I'll not do that, so you guys can do it on your own. And then let me scroll down a little bit, and here we need to show the date. So we only show created at, then we format to month and day. Okay, and then the content. Now let's show the title. Show the title here. Then title. Then let's show the content. Basically here we can show the article image. So what we can do, I can just remove this. Okay, so here we need to have a closing div. Okay, we're gonna have something like this, and then down here is where I'm going to show the content. So let me collapse this. So remove that, and then let's see. We only need to leave this bottom. So let me collapse that and also that. Okay, now let's remove. Now here is where I'll show the content. So we need to escape the HTML tags. So here I'm going to say article any content, and now let's see. Still we have this as we have grown up. Let me just remove it. Okay, now we have the content. Okay, so that will be the content. Now let's change that image on figure here. Now let's have storage, then URL, then we are going to have article, then image, and now let's see. Okay, so seems like this has no image. Let's try this one. So you can see the image is there, the content, and now we need to perform the functionality to like. So the tags, you can add it if you want, and the content, now I just want to add this likes. So perform the like functionality here. I'll just say we need to have a wire on click event, then we need to call a certain action from our action page. So here let's have this like, which will increment the number of likes, and then automatically we need to have the unlike. So to do so, okay, so in order for us to be able to add the like and dislike, so on our page here we need to have two buttons. So the one for like, so this one will call the like, which we will call this function here. Then we need to have the other one for unlike. Okay, so to do so, let's copy this button and paste it down here, and also copy that again and paste it here. So this will be this like, and now if we go back here, so this is like, this is dislike. Okay, so now to show the count of like and dislike, now let's show this way. Article, then likes. I guess we have the likes field. So here it is 0, and now the dislike. So simply because we just do the dislike, we don't need to show the number of dislikes. So we will just decrement the number of likes. So what we will do, so this will be dislike. So let me just have an icon, thumbnail down. So let me just copy this SVG. Then I'll paste it there. Then I go back here, and here you can see we have the dislike. So let me reduce its size. Let me say 4. Oh, that is very small. Let's say 5. Okay, so that's fine, but this one will just reduce the number from here. So let me just call here the dislike. So unlike will be called from here. Okay, now let's try to like. So you can see the like here is incrementing, see, and when you click dislike, you can see it is going down, and it will not go to negative because here we have the check. So if the article likes is greater than 0 is when we are going to allow the decrement, but if it's equal to 0 or less than that, we will not allow the dislike. So the shortcoming of this is it does not track any if this like was liked by who or which user. Okay, so you need to perform the functionality for this. Okay, so that is the shortcoming. You can implement the tags functionality, you can implement the comment and share. So that is all about this tutorial. So guys, I believe this tutorial contains a lot of things that you can upgrade your skills. So I would like to say thank you for those who are with me from the beginning up to this time. So I'd like to say thank you, and for those who are new to the channel, consider to subscribe, like and share my videos, and that is how you are supporting me. So for now, let me just say bye and see you on the next video.